Let's do an update here. It's been a week and a half. What's been happening? Well, the latest thing on my mind is I'll show you some audio clips. Do an investigation of my. I have a tip of my tongue is numb, is tingling, numb, going numb, something like that, and that's concerning. So I stopped coffee for a few days. I stopped drinking my diet soda, which has aspartame in it, which did a Google search, and anyways, it comes up with somebody saying that aspartame can cause symptoms of MS, which when I typed in numbness of the tongue, one of the indications could be MS. So the aspartame thing would be give the indication of MS, a temporary kind of thing. So I went off the soda and I went off my drugs just to try to figure out what's causing it, just to get my tongue back. It's been about 3 days now since I've been off my drugs and everything, except for I did start the coffee again. So basically, I got two things: stopping the diet soda and the drugs. I'm pretty sure it's the drugs that are doing this. And I don't know if you remember past link. I stopped. When I stopped, I was on a huge dose of this stuff, and I was having a sexual malfunction. And when I stopped taking the drugs, everything worked fine again with my sexual performance. This malfunction stopped. It was immediate. So I expected my tongue to come back and gain full feeling, and it didn't yet. And it's got me pretty nervous now. So I'm going to probably go to the VA here pretty soon and run some tests. So the problem with going off my drugs is getting sleep is one problem. That hasn't been so far. The symptoms of anyways, it's been fine so far. Been getting good sleep. Well, 6-7 hours versus the 9 or 10. So that's about normal. The six is like what used to be my norm for me. It doesn't appear, since I went off the drugs, the tongue hasn't gotten worse. I expect it to come back. I expect it to be a temporary issue, but there appears to be nerve damage. So, it's possible I might give it a few days and everything will come back. But I'm just a little nervous right now. The symptoms of the Risperdal. I did an MD doctor on JustAnswer.com, and he came back saying it's probably the Risperdal, the drugs I've taken, and then I'm guessing it is. I've got these I don't know. Before this occurred, I started. I don't know, December, January. I'm not sure when exactly. But there's little tiny bumps, and they're not very many. It's pretty sparse, and it's only in the hair. And I scratched one time and it burned. So I'm kind of wondering if it's related. It's the way it burned. It's almost like it's connected to the nerve, like there's some kind of a neurology disease or rash or something that I've got. I don't know if they're related. So, but I'm not sure, but I'm going to get it checked out here. Thinking pretty serious about this law school. It's online. The entrance exam to a regular law school it's not my kind of test. I usually test out well. I sort of consider this test to be unfair. The questions are fair. It's the time that are given to answer the questions is unfair. It's basically a speed reading contest. I don't think it's the proper way for an entrance exam into law school, unless it's given more time to answer the questions properly. It's kind of a trick of the words and see if they can get you. That's sort of the nature of the test. They use English to see if you can dissect what they're actually trying to say. It's called the LSAT, and it'd be sort of fair if it gave more time. Like they give you 25 questions and 35 minutes to answer it, and I think that it should be more like an hour and a half to answer the 25 questions. So I'm having trouble scoring well on it because of the trickery of the wording. And yet I'm actually fairly good about doing that. It's just I need more time to decipher what they're trying to say. It's sort of a tricky test. It's sort of fair, at the same time tricky. And I don't think it's a proper test for an entrance into law school. So this online one, you can avoid the LSAT. Just that you can't practice anywhere except in California. That's the only place that accepts this type of degree. 4-year commitments. I just question whether this is going to be a worthwhile cause. It's sort of up my alley with this legal. I sort of got in the legal business, and so sort of up my alley. And maybe I don't know. It'd be kind of fun. I think a lot of work. I don't know. So I'm giving it some thought. They're trying to get me in. I think they give you like 3 days or something. Concord's giving me 3 days in an email to submit my application. It's like I think I need a little more time than that to figure this out. I talked with one second. There was a celebrity lady. She's on Jay Leno or something, and psychically, I don't get these psychic phone calls too often, but she calls me up and we're talking. I think it was Britney Spears. And we're talking about, hey man, what's it take to get the show on the road? Get this, let's do something more with your life other than what's going on. I'm like, yeah, I'd love for you to make that happen. I don't know. We had a 5 or 10 minute conversation. I was giving her ideas. You see, it's in my mind where these ladies want to lay me. See, it's all in my mind. In reality, they find me very repulsive, and then in my mind, they like I said, this hasn't happened in a while, but they start talking to me, and so I don't know, this health crisis that's just come upon me. I don't know if that's related to the fact that there's perhaps a wish upon me to do something more, and in some weird fashion, maybe this health crisis is something good. Maybe it's, who knows? It's maybe definitely part of my show. It, I think this show is getting pretty long, and I think a lot of people are getting, I know I am, getting frustrated. I don't know, because so little happens. There's just so little activity, and just a lot of waiting. That maybe that this is some sign that the show is on the road. The tongue numbing, I don't know what that's about. Maybe I had to go off my meds for that wish. Maybe it's going off the meds. It's going to be the key to some kind of success. I just keep hoping and praying that I sleep okay, because that is really annoying when the mind starts going. It just starts thinking so fast about all the things that I need to do, and it's just that I got to catch. It's just like I'm catching up though from the past. It's like all these things I should have been doing, and it's just like whoa. It's like whoa, slow down. And so the drugs kind of keep that from happening. And right now it's been fine. So I hope that I can. I hope that continues. There's some calmness in this state of mind. And I don't know, like I say, I don't know if this health crisis is some kind of related to the ending of the show, or who knows. Maybe it's an indication of some kind of a terminal illness or something, and and perhaps I have thoughts that's like, hey, this is getting so slow, and this is never going to end. So yeah, make it a quick death if it's going to be death. The thought of MS would be like, oh my God. You think of these things. It's a weird feeling when you get a weird thing going on. All of a sudden you start thinking, well, what could this be? And then you read the website that says it could be MS or some kind of HIV or just all these things. You start contemplating. Okay, what if I've got this? And it's, oh God, oh my God, it's like, and you go through that for a day, and then it's the next disease for a day, and it's like, oh my God. I don't know if it's something. If it's something terminal, man, I hope it's a quick death, because this isn't really a long show, and I don't think it's terminal. I have a hard time believing that I've gone this long avoiding death, despite pissing everybody off, to succumb to something, some kind of illness or something. But I think it's a drug, so I think I got to stay off drugs for a while. I wasn't taking that much, but evidently too much. I don't know. To be continued. And when did you spot this? Just earlier today?
This happened today. I mean, it was a big uproar.
This was you saw.
Yeah, we almost got into a fist altercation. Like, I'm not crazy. Hey, whatever. Yeah, but when we had a verbal altercation, she just plain out said, yeah, he's eating my pussy, and yes, she did. She said, yeah, he ate me out, and she said, yeah, I creamed all in his mouth and shit like that. Yes, she did. She did. I don't care about the whole neighborhood. Fine.
Can you put him on the other phone? We probably don't need the video. I think we have some. Seems if you want to put him on the other phone, that might be okay. Just to listen to him.
You don't want to get on video? I have my Skype up right now. So like, you don't want to get on Skype?
So she was over there in your place today.
No, he was at her place working over there supposedly.
Well, I'm the maintenance man here. I'm supposed to be doing that.
Okay.
Broad daylight, knowing you're right there, but yeah, I was doing all that.
Can I get your first name, please?
Nicole.
Nicole. How did you see her over at that client's location?
Actually, I was coming from dropping my mother off at home from doing errands, and the door was open and the door was locked.
You came in and 5 minutes later you came back in again.
Excuse me? How am I going
over
to...
there, and then you came back in 5 minutes, and all of a sudden I was fucking her.
Excuse me. I came over here and I called out your name, and you didn't come out.
And she let you in the house the first time. The second time you walked in the house, and I was in the same spot in the bathroom working. We didn't come
Yes.
5 minutes.
Supposedly the drain was supposed to be, it was supposed to be, what was it?
Just like when you
Snake? Yeah, but the water was going down completely normal.
No, it's not.
Um,
Go look at it.
But
I
I
did
thought,
the job.
I went in there and I seen for myself. Okay.
You didn't?
Yes. I didn't go in there and look at the
In the
tub.
living room, and she asked you to leave.
Excuse me.
You didn't have no right now.
Excuse me.
Come on, let's do the test. Come on.
Mm-hmm.
I'll
Yeah.
make you a hit on all that later.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay.
Say it, or say it the way it is, not the way you want or anything.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, okay. Right now I'm set up at home. Go ahead. If you got Skype, go ahead and add me as a contact. Are you ready for this? Ready for this name?
Okay, hold on. One of my new contacts. Okay, what is it?
Christopher.A.Roller.
ROLLER?
Yes.
Okay, I feel like several different ones. There's Christopher Roller in Hamilton. There's Get Money Christopher Roller. Is that you? Or is it Roll 0164? Or there's one for France. There's one for Mexico.
Christopher.A.Roller.
Christopher.A.Roller. Yeah, there's several different ones. So I don't know which one.
Is there one for Minnesota?
Is that Hamilton?
No.
Will it say Roll 0164?
Oh God.
I spelled it CHRISTOPHER
Yep.
.A.ROLLER.
Yeah. Are you just going to add the contact, and you're coming up with all these variants of that name?
Mm-hmm.
Oh boy.
And there's one.
Make sure.
Redwood Falls.
Yeah, that's it.
That's it? Okay. Okay. Alright, I think I just added you.
Go ahead and add.
Okay, I added you already. Okay, I'll see that you're online.
Is San Bernardino, is that near, is that near Los Angeles?
Okay. How do I get on video? Do you see me on video or no?
Should be a My Video button on the bottom.
Yeah. I see your face on here. Okay. Default up. Okay, so how do I send the funds to you?
Actually, did you answer? Yeah, you answered on the, do you have a mic for the Skype
Yeah,
account?
we have a mic. Yeah. Let me turn it up because it's on me right now. Okay. I'm trying to fix the call quality.
Okay, let's see if we got you on Skype here yet. We have to get off. Well, call me. Okay, so we're on Skype now, so now we can add video. You should see me now. Are you still there? The audio's a little bit dim right now. It's actually, I can barely hear.
How long was that?
Keep talking. The audio's kind of pretty bad right now. Yeah, I can. The mic is poor. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
Yeah, I'm having a little trouble hearing you.
Is that a little better or no?
A little better.
I'm trying to figure out how to get.
Yeah, the audio is muddy. Here's a video. Are you getting the video?
Yeah. What the? I see a button.
Yeah, the audio is very muddy. It's hard to hear what's going on.
Okay.
We might need to go back to the phone and just do this just via audio. I should be able to decipher everything I need from the audio conversation. Because it's just too muddy right now on the audio.
Okay, hold on. Hold. Nope, but I want to.
Do you have, can you hear me okay, Nicole?
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
Yeah, I'm just having trouble hearing you. Listen, give me a call back on the other phone, on your phone. Let's get off of this. This is not working out so well. Your mic is not so good, and we could use some video too, but we don't seem to have that available on your end.
Yeah, see my list.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand you.
I said, you see my video?
No, I don't see a video. You have your camera on?
Oh. Yeah, I have a webcam, yeah. I don't feel like yet. I mean, because I actually would like to do this on site, just so you can actually see and
Yeah,
analyze.
Nicole, I can barely understand anything you're saying. Let's do. Oh shoot, how do we do this? I can barely hear anything you're saying. On the phone it was fine. Then the mic or something for your Skype is not so good.
We quiet, so I'm gonna reset all my things and maybe after that.
Yeah, Nicole. Yeah, Nicole, I'm gonna call you back on the phone here in a second. You're at 909-888-4560.
Right.
Is that your number?
Correct.
Okay, I'll call you back in a second.
Hello?
Okay, Nicole. There's also another way that's actually very, very accurate is a written statement. Do you know what a notary public is?
Actually, no.
I'm sorry?
I don't know what that is.
They're located at most banks. People that do bank loans and stuff, and they're also at the courthouse.
So I have to go through all that?
Yeah, that's the hard way. Okay, well, let's try to do it this way then. Let me get your story, and then I'll get his story. So you went to his client at her home and saw that she was pulling up her pants, and
Actually, I seen her pulling up her dress.
Pulling up her dress.
Like adjusting her dress around and stuff.
Okay.
And like fixing on her jacket and stuff. And, like something had happened and he had like sweat on his glasses and stuff.
All of those were in the bathtub. She stands at the doorway. You already came in and seen us the first time.
Mm-hmm. Oh, he just left out.
I'm not even know what I'm here. Okay, but, let me get all the witnesses and let them hear what happened.
I don't need witnesses.
Okay, then let me tell them my side of the story. Where were my elbows at the time? In the bathtub for the last 2 hours. Why was I sweating? Let's do this. Come on.
All right. Would you prefer on the phone or how do we do it?
Yeah, we'll just do it on the phone.
Okay. So do you want to speak to him now or?
Sure.
Okay, and let me know when the minutes start because I'm only going up to like $8.
All right. Yeah, this will be fairly quick.
Okay. I'm going to put him on the phone, okay?
All right.
Hold on.
Hello.
Hi, my name's Chris. What's your name?
Pardon me?
What's your name?
Phil.
Phil, I'm Chris. Hey, I normally like to see visual impressions. I'm hoping to get enough from the audio here.
She wants to know if I fucked this girl that I was over there. I'm a maintenance man, and I was doing the bathtub. She used to live in that apartment. The bathtub is bad. We've done it every 6 months. and she wants to know, so I guess you're supposed to ask me if I had sex or touched or fondled or anything, because she just swears she saw this lady pulling up her shirt or dress or something. She was standing in the doorway in between phone calls to the hospital where her infant daughter, who was just born, having brain surgery at the time, and back to see how things are going. The thing isn't fixed, but anyway, go ahead and ask me whatever, but she's seen all this. But the neighbors are all there, and she had already walked in and seen me 5 minutes before that, and she came barging in the second time, and I'm still in the same place. I've got 2 snakes in the bathroom trying to plunge this damn bathtub down. But that's her suspicion, so now I guess you need to ask me what I did with this lady.
So she was in there 5 minutes before this, before she accused you?
Yes. She knocked on the door, the lady let her in. Then she came back and knocked on the door, and I don't know, I was still in the bathtub with the snake in my hand on my knees, and I think she pushed her way in, and then they got in a swirl or whatever right there in the living room, so I dropped what I was doing, and we had about a 30-minute yelling match with her back and forth and all the neighborhood out here.
Okay.
And she said that she'd seen the lady adjusting her dress and fixing her jacket.
Okay. I'm going to tell her
And I
that
was sweating.
I'm going to tell her that you're innocent. So that ends the interview. Thank you very much, sir.
You're welcome.
Hello.
Yeah, he seems innocent. He does.
He does?
Yeah. You were in there 5 minutes before, and he's, he's.
Don't try to take up for him or nothing.
Say again?
I said, don't try to take up for him.
No, I just. It helps to see the visual, like through Skype, but from the audio and from the conversation, it just seems like he's defending himself very clearly, and it's part of the audio is the clarity in which he's able to reenact the events. It's how long have you guys been going together?
Actually, we actually moved in together in December. We were prior before that, we were messing around and stuff, but that's it.
Yeah.
I think it would have been better if we could have did it on audio, but...
Or video. Yeah, it would have been a little better. It's just from what I'm picking up, he sounds like a pretty honest guy. At least in this topic here, it sounds like you came in 5 minutes before and was checking on him, and then came in 5 minutes later, and then somehow they were getting it on in 5 minutes. That doesn't make any sense, right?
I mean, not in 5 minutes. I had been gone prior to that, so I figured, it doesn't take 3 hours.
Well, did you come back in after 5 minutes?
No, I have been gone for like 2. I'll say an hour and a half, maybe 2. So, and he was still at the same location.
What did I do for the first half hour? I sat here while the drainer was in there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, did you hear what he said? He said you had came in 5 minutes beforehand, and then came in 5 minutes later.
You didn't hear that.
You didn't hear that?
No.
That's what I heard, and that didn't make any sense. That didn't make any sense. That that's kind of why I wanted you both on the phone. You guys got 2 phones there together?
Yeah, but I think I broke it. Hold on. How much did you guys charge you guys?
Oh, just $8. $8. But I
Where's the other part to the phone? So I broke it, so I don't know what happened. Oh, here it is. Yeah. Yeah. Yep, your mom's phone. See that? She wasn't fucking around. And he swears he's innocent, but
Can you put Phil back on the phone?
yeah, here you go, right here. Put the phone up.
Hello?
Hey Phil,
Yes.
something about 5 minutes. She had come in 5 minutes after she first came in.
Yes.
She says that's more like an hour and a half or 2 hours.
No, she can't. She left and gave her mom a ride to the store, run some errands for her mom, to go to Western Union or something. And first, before that, though, I had her give me a ride to the 99-cent store, and I got some Drano, some clog remover,
Okay, I'm on the phone too.
some, drain remover, drain clog remover. And so she gave me a ride. She didn't want to, but I asked her to, so she gave me a ride. I got that, came back. She had just left. I read the directions in the parking lot because she was in there trying to buy these speakers that I refused to pay for the 99-cent store because she's going to rig up her car. And so anyway, I'm reading the directions on the thing. It says, let's sit in standing water for 30 minutes. So I got here, went right in there, poked a hole in the top of the cap, put the Drano in, said for the half a bottle. I put the whole bottle in because the clog is real bad, and it's still pretty bad. Anyway, let it sit, came back over here, let it sit for the half hour, which was really more like 40 or 45 minutes. Then I went back because I didn't want that lady to get mad or anything, that I'm not paying attention to her problems there. So I went back, and the water was down. I'm like, cool, right? So anyway, she was like, come in. And I go, oh, cool. And then I go up, I turn the water on, the tub fills right back up. So I brought the plunger with me this time. I start plunging it, and I get it to go, like, if I fill it up, I don't sit there and waste all the water, but I fill it up about 5 inches, and it takes about 3 minutes to drain completely down, so it wasn't fixed. So I got the snake back out, and I'm putting it in. Anyway, now the whole time involved from the time I went and dropped the stuff off, I waited probably 40 minutes or so, went back. I'd probably been there a good 15, 20 minutes snaking it, maybe a little bit longer, maybe a little bit less, but snaking it. There was, first of all, I heard her horn honk, so I finished, I was snaking it, got the water to drain out, was filling it back up, and I better go check. So I went to go check, I didn't see the car. So I come back, I fill the water up more, and then there's a knock at the door. And that's Nicole, the lady. She goes, what are you doing, blah, blah, blah. Something like that. I said, I'm working on this damn stuff. Oh, what are you doing? You're in there fucking her or something, aren't you? I know you. I said, no, Nicole, I'm working on this tub. You should know it's bad because you've been here before, and it never was fixed right that time. So anyway, we argue a little bit, and I'm, kind of embarrassed. It is my job. I live here with all these people that are starting to hear things. So I go back in, and I put the snake back in, and she knocks on the door. Well, I figured it was probably her. The lady lets her in. She goes, can I just see something? Well, I'm trying to play it cool, like, yeah, see, it's the same problem you had before, trying not to be so embarrassed that she's checking up on me. But anyway, so she comes in, she goes, whatever, and takes off, right, goes back outside. No more than 5 minutes. She knocks on the door and opens the door. The lady didn't tell her to come in. She just barges in the living room, and the lady pushes her back, or she pushes her. I didn't see all that because I was on my knees, and my hands were inside the bathtub with the snake. And so then they got in a big altercation. So meanwhile, and no, she didn't ever see the thing just drain perfectly, because if I go fill it up right now, it will take 5 minutes to drain if I put 6 inches of water in there. So anyway, she comes back outside, and they're pushing and shoving and yelling and saying all these things, and I still didn't hear the lady say, oh yeah, he ate me and did all this. I mean, the whole neighborhood was right there at this point. But anyway, that's where that happened. So then I went back over, got my tools, and left, and a few minutes later got a call from my boss, of course, that the neighbors are calling, and there's a problem here with me, and that's where that's at. But to answer your question, yeah, it was about 5 minutes from the first time she walked in the house that she came in the second time.
Would you like my phone?
So Nicole, it just seems like, the first time you came in, that's when you were accusing the lady. Did you see the lady at that time?
Actually, what happened was, I came home after dropping my mother off from my errands, her errands. I parked in the driveway where I normally always park, got off the car,
It was right in front of the lady's house.
came, knocked on the door. No one answered. I said, Philip, Philip, Philip. Kept calling him. No answer. So I said, okay, well, I guess he's still over there at Blake's house doing her thing for her tub. So I went over there, knocked on the door. Is Philip here? Okay. He walks out. She walks out, and she's like adjusting her little dress. Like both of them are walking out the same entranceway.
There's only one
And
entrance to get the way you want.
there's a bedroom right next to the bathroom. Little hallway, bedroom, bathroom. Okay? And he's like, well, I'm like, what are you in there doing? Fucking her or whatever? And he's like, no, I'm not over there. I'm doing the snake. You want to come over there and see? I'm like, you know what? Just fuck it. So I come upstairs. I throw my stuff down. And I'm like, fuck this. I'm going back over there to go see what's going on. Took off my shoes, went back over there, knocked on the door, and I'm like, Philip, I just walked up in there, Philip, let me talk to you, or whatever. And she's like, well, that was disrespectful. Don't just be walking in my house like that or whatever. And I was like, okay, you know what? I do apologize for walking up in your house like that. But, Philip, let me talk to you right now. She's like, oh, no, hold on, let me get off the phone with whoever she was on the phone.
She's on the phone with the hospital. Her
And-
daughter has an infant daughter who has brain surgery.
Oh, yeah, you said she was on the phone
In
with
Los
her
Angeles.
husband.
No, that was before she was in between on the phone with the doctor or the surgeon at the hospital because she can't be there. Anyway, I'm sorry. Anyway.
Yeah,
Okay.
well, Nicole, listen to that. I mean, it's like, you know, this lady's got somebody in the hospital with something wrong with her brain, right? Brain.
It's a little baby, yeah. They had a domestic, her and her husband. I think that's why she might be thinking jealousy.
Okay, but why?
And he's locked up now, and she's been going back and forth for the last 6 weeks because the baby was born premature, and he got locked up for some domestic problem they had, and she's had 4 surgeries, I believe it is, and this is what I told Nicole too when she had told me this a few days back, and she's had 4 surgeries, and today was she couldn't be there because she couldn't get over there and be here. She has another boy, which is her dad's son, and they were having surgeries and checking vitals and keeping her as informed as they could. So the whole time I was over there, not to eavesdrop, but I could hear a lot of the conversations, and she was talking to all different doctors, and then a family member trying to get some re-encouragement or some motivation or, you know, I'm not quite sure if I'm saying the right word, but some reassurance that, you know, everything's going to be okay, and it's not, I mean, and that's you know, it's probably sex to this lady, I think, the furthest thing from her mind right now. And, you know, it's really the furthest thing from my mind anyway. I mean, I'm not like that anyway as a person. I never have been, and I never have cheated on people like that. And I told her that, and I understand our rules. And, I mean, to me, I think it's just fair. It is my job to be a maintenance man here. Everybody does know me. I wouldn't sneak over there and try to do this work real quick, and, you know, I don't do it like that. But she threatened yesterday because I put off a lot of these jobs a little bit depending on her mood, because she told me that if I didn't come over today and do the bathtub, she's going to call a plumber. Well, that gets me in trouble because that's my job to do this. You know, she's going to call a plumber, get the bill, and give it to the owner of the place, and then what am I here for? You know, I mean, it's nothing any different than I would do any other day to any other person or place, whether it's a male or a female. It didn't make a difference. You know, 20 or 90, you know, I give them all as much attention as I have to for my job, you know, whatever requires that I have to do, if it's electrical, if it's plumbing, if it's fixing a hole, or, you know, I mean, I don't understand why she doesn't believe me, I really don't. And,
So,
you know,
Nicole, does this make sense to you then, or?
Well, actually, yeah, I know his job, yeah, but the thing is like, I've never been in a situation where I felt like he was just, like, absolutely over here, like, fucking around.
you said
Like,
your heart
ever.
that.
Yeah,
Your
my
heart
woman
told you that.
intuition
Yeah.
told me that you were over there doing something, because I've never had a problem with him going to people's house, like, doing
That's
his
not
job.
true. You had to
But
go up there.
one time, okay, maybe 2 times, this lady, he was up there doing something to her freaking floor at 12 o'clock midnight,
Well, it wasn't 12 o'clock.
and, well, it was late, and,
Her son got out of the shower and stepped through the floor because it had been wet for probably sanitary leaks from both the shower and the toilet. Anyway, it was just finally got weak enough where when he got out and stepped on the little 12 by 12 square tile, his foot went through and the baseboard, not the baseboard, but the CDX, the wood floor underneath the tile, he cracked the tile and went right through and splintered into his leg. So I went up there and did an emergency quick fix, which was basically I didn't, go out and cut a big piece of wood and fix the whole floor at that time. What I did is I took a tile and a little bit of wood, put it over, and I actually taped the tile down just so if they did step out of the shower, so I could get over there with the material and fix it the next day or the day after. And she didn't believe me, so went right up there. I said, well, come on up. And I took her up. I said, can I just show her? And I played it off like, hey, I just want to show her how the same thing going on in her place. Because, I felt stupid to say, she wants to make sure I wasn't up here doing you, ma'am. I didn't say it like that.
Well, she's
so she came up, saw exactly what I told her, and if I was I wouldn't be in a relationship with her. If I wanted to be like that, there'd be plenty of opportunities, I'm sure. This sure wouldn't be here where I work at either, though. And I'm in a relationship, so I'm not about that. I am true and blue. All I could do is give her my word, and that's all I am doing. And I shouldn't even have to be doing that. I think it should. She's bipolar, and I don't try to bring this up. Maybe it has nothing to do with this at all.
Bipolar has nothing to do with
Okay, then maybe it doesn't. But anyway, she does her meds or whatever, and sometimes she does them, sometimes she does. I don't know if that's the problem or what, but it's not me being unfaithful to her, because I'm not. I never have been. And she could have me ask me all of that, too, because I've never been unfaithful to her.
And
I didn't hear her say that, and I really don't. My attention at that point was keeping these two women apart, because this one here, Nicole, was screaming things at her and about what I was doing to her, and this one's saying back, you must not take very good care of your man if you're worried about him like that. And so it's a cat fight right now, and it's my job. I'm the manager here. So I'm trying to separate this issue, but it just got way out of hand. Now all the neighbors and the tenants are standing out, which they all know me. And I don't think that lady, if she did, maybe she did say it. I can't say she didn't. But I don't think she said that in front of all these people, but possible. And why mine wasn't focused on that, and it was focused on keeping these two apart because they were about ready to fight. The lady on the defensive, and this one on the offensive. Telling this lady everything she did and everything I did to her, and, it's just ridiculous.
He's a very good liar. He can lie to anyone and actually get them to believe it. So,
but you know what? I'm not an unfaithful person. Okay? If you think I'm a great liar or whatever, I don't believe I am. I'm not a salesman. I was a Marine. Okay? Anyway, my word is my word. And, maybe if I am a liar, I'm not an unfaithful. I'm not an unfaithful person, okay? And I never have been unfaithful to you ever. Never. Nor have I even thought of it. And I'm looking at you right now, dude. Nor have I even thought about doing it. So that's honestly, I truth like that too. Why are you laughing? Okay, well. She doesn't believe me.
Do we have a case for maybe Jerry Springer here? Do you think that we have?
Jerry Springer? Yeah, sure. I don't know. I'm not going to say I've never told a lie before, but I can definitely say that I've never cheated on her before. Meaning, kiss a girl, touch a girl, sleep with a girl, be with a girl, not sleep, or anything else. No, I didn't eat her out or anything like that.
Last night we just had sex. And
no,
not saying
this morning.
Not saying that it's a business or anything, but we just had sex last night. And my thing is like, I asked him, let me get on top and rise up first, and he's like, let me shave my mustache first or something.
Well, I've got a beard and a mustache, and I wasn't showered for 2 days at the time, but anyway, yeah, I thought I'd clean it up a little bit.
Obviously, she's like, yeah, well, he ate my pussy out.
I didn't hear her say that.
And then talking about like, yeah, I cleaned all of his mouth or something like that and shit like that.
She was saying all that while you guys were yelling and fighting?
Yes.
Okay. And do you think any of the other neighbors heard her say that?
I'm pretty sure, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Cece was
well, I'm the only one that didn't see it.
Cece was right there.
Okay, well.
Who else? Crystal, Kevin.
Okay. I don't believe that she said that, but like I said, my focus at that point was just keeping them from having a cat fight.
I don't want to talk about sex and get you distracted because, you know, I know how landmines work. So. But, can I get the MasterCard, please? I'll promise you, $108.
I'm going to pay for it.
How do you speak? You don't want to fuck around.
I'm not fucking around.
Thank you.
I'll get your email, Nicole, and I'll send you the bill in the email.
She's got my card. I just gave it to her.
Oh, okay. You got a card? Okay.
I'll go ahead and take it off that. Are you done with me?
Yeah. Thank you, Phil.
All right, thank you.
Okay, Christopher. Hello?
It has steps.
You know, you only make there to be one psychic thing in the world, and that is the stupid remote viewing. There's a bunch of other stuff you can do, you know. And you just said something to the effect that there's nothing new in the world, and yet you in the next breath you're talking about another earthquake showing up, or another UFO coming down and taking over, or the Illuminati is going to bust. It seems like you make up your own rules as far as when the shit's coming down, and then different rules whenever you want to like discount paranormal activity.
I'm not discounting anything. I'm just saying, if you want to do remote viewing properly, do you understand what I'm saying?
I'm not doing remote. It's not remote viewing. I'm trying to see if we're psychic.
Well, go for it.
Right. Well, you don't care to partake in that avenue. That's why I figured that, you know, that'd be actually.
It takes too much time.
Well, what else do we got?
It takes too much time. Like, you have to do an average of all the times and see if there's something there. Also, you have to discount the, you know, if it's just red and black, like you said before, I could just be guessing what you're guessing and not the card itself.
I'm not doing remote viewing. It's psychic.
Whatever.
There's a lot of ways of doing remote viewing, man. I can just hold a card up in front of me and backwards and try to figure out what it is. That's remote viewing too. You make it only to be one way to remote view. I'm sorry, but you're wrong.
Okay.
You know.
Okay.
But I can't do that. I hold the cards up and I'm.
Okay. Since you seem to be an expert on it, go for it.
Yeah. Well, no, I wouldn't mind finding out what's on the other side of the moon, but the problem is I'm not able to find out what's on the other side of the moon, you see. So that's an experiment that you've run into the ground, and actually the experiment that I'm running is actually far more valuable, and then I can actually find out what the actual contents of my card are right in front of me, instead of waiting for somebody to go to the moon and find out.
You know, I always get lost. What do you mean?
Well, you told me that in order to properly remote view that I'm going to have to like find out what's in look up what's on the other side of the moon.
Dude, why do you mess up everything that I say?
No, that's what you said, man. I said, well, yeah, you got to go find out what's on the other side. Or in Russia, go to Russia and find out what's in the nuclear missile.
Dude, your mind is all over the place. You're mixing everything
You
up.
want me to go to remote places and find out something that there's no freaking way I can find out what the answer is?
What do you mean? What did I ask
All right,
of you?
what do you think remote viewing is? Go ahead. How should I conduct the test?
I told you there's steps to it. It's not just getting whatever idea you have out of your head.
This is the things you told me. You said, well, find out what's on the other side of the... You get it.
I said that Ingo Swann was a viewer, and he remote viewed the moon. Now, I don't know why you always mix up everything that I say and try to, I don't know why you mix up everything.
Well, you're inferring that I'm supposed to be able to remote view the moon in order to properly do remote viewing.
No, I'm saying that remote viewing has steps, technical steps. It's not just an idea you grab and put it on paper. It has steps to remote view.
Well, I'm sure I can coordinate those kind of efforts with the money I've got, right, on my bankroll.
What?
I'm sure I can coordinate all those steps, right? Well, making sure you got a team that's available to, and make sure you coordinate with them. I'm sure I can coordinate all that stuff, right? With what I got going. The question, the funny, the irony is that you actually think that I can actually use the steps. Break out the steps. Let's go through them and let's find out just what a joke it is, okay? Let's find out you're actually hypothetically saying that I should follow the steps in remote viewing, and those steps would require probably $1 million in my bank account, right?
What the hell are you saying? Are you stupid or something?
I'm saying it's expensive.
What do you mean it's expensive?
Okay.
What is expensive?
Go find the rules. Go ahead and find the rules for remote viewing. Let's go through it.
I'm going to get Firefox on. I don't understand.
It's like
what does money have to do with remote viewing?
It's like you say, yeah, well, you should run for president. Well, Lino, do you have any idea what that requires? It requires lots and lots of money.
You said to run for president, you only need 500 to enter or something like that? Or 5,000?
And even that is too much for me.
Well, yeah, but you blow 500 or 5,000 on publicity to, not even for your product, it was for your, on the road or something?
Yeah, 500, but that seems like a worthwhile effort. $5,000 on the presidency? As though I'm going to get on the ballot and get elected? Right.
Dude, you would be already on the race. Then I said, go to the radio stations and go to your local, what's the name of it? And say you're running and set up interviews and get the public hearing what you're saying. The 500 pamphlets, you can just print it out and divide them into pages and you could get something started.
You're missing my point. It requires money.
Okay.
You still think that I can run for president. And I'm telling you, man, that's a joke. That's a joke that it requires a large amount of team, which requires money to hire some team to be able to run for president.
What will the team do for you?
They will help me run for president.
They will help you in what way?
Oh my God. This is going nowhere.
Come on. Come on, just what do you think they do in the campaign? Come on, talk to me.
It's not like I have a bunch of friends that will help me run for president. I have to hire them.
That's the thing. Why would you need to hire anyone? For example, if you got on the radio and said, "This is my ideas. I'm running for president. Whoever wants to, what's the word? Volunteer."
And how am I going to get on the radio?
Don't you have a local radio?
That requires that team to be able to find that lead. You see, the team
Call
finds
them up.
the lead for the communication.
Yeah, call a local radio up. Say, hey, I'm running for president. Can I? I'll just what is it? Okay, go ahead. I mean, if that was your dream, you know, and you're always talking about it, like, why not do it? Why not run? You know, theoretically, if you were in the race. What were we talking about backwards? What were we talking before?
Remote viewing.
Oh. Okay, let's reset our ideas here. This shit has restarted. Okay, we're not viewing. Where else were we talking about? Did you ever see any video on remote viewing, or you just heard about it?
Yeah, I'm reading it on Wikipedia.
Wikipedia. Do you know about CIA and remote viewing?
Yeah, it says here, remote viewing, a $20 million research program sponsored by the federal government. See, it usually requires large sums of money in order to actually conduct an experiment.
Dude, it's not an experiment. You can remote view without any money.
Right, that's what I'm saying. That's exactly what my cards are for. That's what I'm doing with my cards.
Dude, you're missing the point.
You're missing the point.
That is not remote viewing. That's just a guess.
The remote viewing I've got in here lists $20 million on me.
What?
$20 million.
What's the $20 million?
For the research.
Dude, the research is already done. Okay, the technique's already available. You don't need you don't need to spend any money. That's what I was saying. I'll show you an example of someone going through the steps. Let's see what we got here. That's what my... Never seen this before, but... Oh shit, he's talking German. Damn. It's in German, this shit. Do you know Ed Dames?
No.
Okay. So you're not familiar with it. Okay. Okay, I'm going to give you something to start with.
So,
Let me just check if this is valid.
Britney Spears gave me a phone call last night.
Yeah?
Yeah, I'm talking to her in my mind. It's a psychic phone call.
Oh.
She says she wants me to end my show.
Okay, I'm going to give you this torrents.
How come you don't believe me?
What?
How come you don't believe me?
Believe what?
That Britney Spears actually psychically was talking to me.
How do you know?
Because she was.
Whatever.
Well, how do you know she's not?
I doubt it.
But how do you know?
How do I know?
Yeah.
I don't. I just doubt it.
You can prove me wrong, you know. You can actually
I
tell me.
don't want to.
You can actually tell me I'm wrong, but you gotta do it under oath. It's my oath thing. You
What
gotta
would I spend my time? Oh. There's a torrent.
What's that about?
Learn remote viewing.
Give me a website, man.
Dude, I'm giving you the content.
http://.f8.560,183/learnwebtemviewing.3,560,183.tpb.torrent.
Oh shit. I can't send SMSs anymore. Well,
I just thought it was weird that once I, you were willing to do the game, but without the
What is
video.
weird?
The card game we were doing with the psychic thing, as I was trying to guess the card, and you didn't. You were good to do it without the video camera showing, and then when I was going to show the video camera showing the card, you shied away. Why was that?
What?
We did conduct a psychic card reading, right? For a while. So why didn't you? Well, you shied away from the actual using the video camera there. What was the reason for that?
What do you mean? I had to have my camera on for you to guess my card?
Holy shit! Why is this so big?
Because it's videos and files.
Where's the step-by-step that somebody shows me on a website, you know? Do this first. I'm not going to go through this video thing, man.
Okay, then don't.
Where's the step-by-step listed? Here's what you do. Give me a 1 through 10.
I give you the torrent.
That's a video. That's bullshit. Come on.
Well, do it as you want it. Do whatever you want.
It appears that you're doing whatever you want. It's getting tiring. Step by step, and it gives me videos that take up 2 gig. You can't find a YouTube video that describes this without downloading it?
Yeah, run through with you in 5 minutes.
That's what I'm talking about. Cause that's what
Yeah,
I'm.
why don't you do that?
That's what I'm doing right here.
Go
Right,
through it.
right. I want to spend
Yeah.
I want to spend a whole lot of time researching something that's going to be impossible because I'm going to have to look on the other side of the moon, and then get somebody to go over there and find out what was there, see if I was right. Right?
What? Why do you mix everything up?
Oh, I see. Or going to the other side of see what's in the Twin Towers right now, and see if there's anything getting built right there right now. And then I got to go hire the people to go find out what it's going to take to find out if I was correct or not. And then the next one is find out what's at the North Pole. Is there a hole in the North Pole there somewhere where you can get to the center of the Earth? And then I got to hire the person to go find out if there was actually something there. I got to remote view all these things, and then Linus is saying, "Oh, it's much simpler, just downloading the 2 gigabytes of video files and
What is it that you want?
and it's all plain and clear." Lino, I want you to make sense, man. You're not making
You don't make sense.
You're not making sense. Not wanting to get on the video when we're trying to conduct this video. It's like you're trying to hide. It's like I'm guessing the card and you're just changing your mind at the last second. That's why you didn't want to do the video change. That's why you didn't want to do the video.
Are you stupid? Are you stupid?
Why didn't you want to put yourself on video, the cards on video?
I told you. I was holding the cards. Okay?
Right. What I was going to guess, you turn the video off so that you could change your mind and mess with the results.
Now, why would I do that?
Right. Why wouldn't you keep the video on? Because that's what you're trying to do, is change the outcome.
Why are you so stupid?
Why are you changing the outcome by not putting the video on?
What outcome? I don't need the video on for you to guess anything.
Why would you turn the video off?
Ooh, now, okay. What was I doing?
you were changing your mind after you turned off the video so that I could guess the card, and then you would change your mind, which would
Well,
skew.
if you think that, then you're stupid, okay?
Right. Well, why would you turn off the video?
Why would I have the video?
So that I can know that for sure that I've guessed or gotten wrong the card instead
How
of
do
you.
you know for sure?
Instead of
Dude,
you.
I used to be a magician.
Right.
Why the fuck would I sabotage my own experience?
That's my question. Why would you turn off the video when we have a proper way of
What
finding
does
out?
the fucking video have to do with anything?
You turned it on. The last time we checked, you turned it on for 2 seconds to show me the 2 cards, and then I said,
Yeah,
okay,
because you didn't fucking believe that I have the cards in my hands and that I was doing what the fuck I said I was doing.
right. And then I said, keep the cards, keep the video on, and you turned it off, and then you said, why the fuck should I keep the camera on? So we're continuing the conversation because you would change your mind, and why would you change your mind?
Dude,
That's the
you don't
question.
fucking believe me, do you?
That's why I wanted the video camera on.
Why don't you fucking believe me?
Why would you turn the video on off?
Lots of reasons.
Because you wish to change your mind, right? So the
Why
question,
would I change my mind?
right? That's what I'm asking you. Why would you change your mind on an experiment of psychic ability?
I want, because I was holding the card that I was selecting.
So I'm going to guess the black or the red, and then I'm just going to believe you. Is that what you're trying to tell me?
Dude, did you point down our results?
I think it's skewed because I think you're changing your mind, and I wanted the video camera there to make sure you're not changing your mind and skewing up the results.
Oh, okay, I did the experiment with you, and you was guessing it right, and now you're saying that I was sabotaging your results. Is that it?
That's what I want the video camera there for, to make sure that it's accurate.
Dude, if you have the video camera on, you always see my head.
I see the card. You're going to show me the card, and you're going to flip it over. Well, it's just weird that you're constantly pressing me to check out this thing, that thing, this thing, and telling me to believe these things. And then when I ask for a simple favor to leave on the video camera for the purpose of the experiment to see if I'm psychic, you turn it off, and then you are having an argument with me about why I would argue about this. Because
If I show you the cards, how would you guess them? If you're seeing them, where is the guessing there?
I'm seeing the back of them, and then when I guess it wrong, you just flip them over. And that way I can see that you're not changing your mind and that everything's legit.
Why don't you fucking believe what I'm telling you?
Because you turned off the video camera. That's why I don't
So
believe you.
What?
That's why I don't believe you.
Oh, you don't believe me.
Because you turned off the video camera. So you got something to hide. That's what it looks like. It looks like
Oh, I have something to hide now.
well, it looks like it. That's what I'm saying. It looks deceptive.
Okay. If I'm lying to you all the time, then I better not talk to you anymore,
No.
right?
I didn't say you were lying to me. I didn't say you were lying to me.
Because what you're saying is you don't believe what I'm fucking saying to you. If not, why do you even talk to me, okay? Why do you even talk to me?
Yeah, I didn't say that you're lying to me all the time. I'm saying during that test you might be lying to me because
Dude, I am not lying to you. If you don't believe me, then don't talk to me then.
if I question whether I'm
I'm
believing
not
you or not,
sabotaging anything. I'm telling you, I'm not sabotaging anything, and I didn't sabotage anything then. And if you don't believe me, then don't, okay?
but that was the purpose of the video camera. But then when you turned it off, it sounded like there was something to hide. Looks like I was onto something, and you were running and hiding from something. So the question is what?
There's a conspiracy now between you and me, right?
Only on the card game for now.
You're unfucking believable.
I mean, what if I'm psychic? That would make me pretty much a millionaire. I'd be able to get a job as a psychic. But you,
Yeah, and I'm giving you the proper tools to do it. But you don't fucking understand it.
I understand what it means when you turn off the video camera. It means you got something to hide.
No, it means you're stupid and you don't believe what I'm telling you. If you don't believe what I'm telling you, then don't talk to me at all.
You turning off the video camera indicates that I shouldn't trust you on that video on that card game.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So I don't have a freedom of choice.
Not anymore. Not in that game.
Well, too bad.
So I'm not making any sense here, huh?
Not for me.
Good. I'm calling to discuss your exam results with you.
Okay. Hi.
You did very well. I'm very pleased on the time portion of the exam, that little comprehension exam. You scored 14 out of 15 correct. That's a 93.3 percentile. And you had a whole minute left, so that's a good, strong pass. Your writing sample also met with passing approval, and combination of how you did on these two parts, they have invited you to move forward to final review. So congratulations on that.
Oh, thank you.
Now, what we need to do to go before the admissions committee is a couple of things. I'm going to need your official transcripts from all colleges attended, and I will send you in my little instructional email here the address that they need to be sent to. I'm also going to need a formal application from you. I'm going to send that to you by email attachments when we're done speaking here. Now, these 6 pages you print out and you fill them out, and you can either scan and email or fax them back to me, whichever is most convenient for you. And the deadline that you have to do this is 3 business days. So you want to get them back to me within that time frame. Now, they're fairly simple and won't take you long. You could probably get them back today if you wanted to. The first attachment is the enrollment agreement. It's 3 pages. Most of it is just policy for you to read. There's a little bit to fill out on page 1, and then at the bottom right-hand corner, page 1, bottom right-hand corner, page 2, are these little rectangles. That's your initial in. And then page 3, you sign and date. The second attachment is called the Juris Doctor Disclosure. It is 23 pages long. You only need to print page 1. That's the only page you need to send back. The other pages are there for you to read if you have not already done so. You probably have, because it's all the faculty bios that I emailed to you in the very beginning and information from the website. But it's there in case you want to read it again. And all you do on that one page is sign and date the bottom. The third attachment is called the method of payment page. This final step now is the application fee. It's $100. And on this page is where you put a credit card or a bank card for that to get processed. That's all that comes off of that card at this time. You can use checks or money orders, but the disadvantage of that is that if you're sending checks and money orders, you have to send both of them. The one for the $100 application fee and the one for the $95 tuition deposit. So most people prefer to use a credit card or bank card because all that comes off of that card at this time is $100. The $95 tuition deposit is what comes from an applicant once the admissions committee has received all of their files and transcripts and everything there. I made the decision to accept you into the program. Now on this payment page, you also indicate how you would like to set up your tuition going forward. and you have indicated you'd like to use the federal student loan program. And you will see from the financial aid award that was emailed to you that the federal government requires all students to pay the first $95 of their tuition, and then the loans cover everything else. So on the top half, you check the box in front of $95, that's just the lowest amount, and then the bottom half, you just check the box in front of federal financial aid, and the sign and date, top and bottom. The last page is the financial aid form. You just make a selection in each of the 4 categories, and then at the bottom you sign and date. Now the important thing is that it is a Department of Education rule that all the pages must be dated the same date. So let's say you start them today, but you get involved with something else and you don't get them finished until tomorrow or Friday. Then just make sure that wherever you are dating, that all the 6 pages are dated the same date. Now, because of what happened with those 2 misdemeanors, I'm also going to be sending you an email. It's called the Morals and Ethics Letter of the Bar. Sitting for a bar is considered a privilege, and the bar will tell you in this letter that they have the right to decline anybody after having done a background check. However, I will tell you, and they will tell you also if you choose to call them for more explanation, and I will give you the number on that email, that each case is viewed individually, and if it's not a heinous crime, which these were not, it's been more than 5 years, and it takes you 4 years to get through the law school, and this is in 04, so you'll be well past that it's not going to be an issue. So all you need to do on this, from this email is just reply to that email, saying that you have received it, you understand, you wish to proceed. Do you have any questions on any of that?
Not really. I'm pretty good on that. Shoot. Giles. Is there, what, you know, can I think about my questions and call you back when I get them straightened out?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I'm here at any time for you to do so. Now, I'll get these emails off to you, and so you can maybe be looking them over as well. If you have any questions, then we can address them as well. Otherwise, you want to get these pages back to me so that we can hold a seat for you in the upcoming class while we're waiting for your transcripts to arrive. Okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, CJ.
You're welcome.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Go out until tomorrow because it's after 5 o'clock here. But I'll put in a request right now for it to be resent, okay?
Yeah, I've got another question. Is it possible to tour your? Can I tour? You got like a guest password, guest student that I can just log in to your site to experience it a little bit.
You cannot get into the actual Concord LMS learning system unless you are a student and you have that VeriSign on your computer, just to safeguard the program for Concord and for all of its students. You can do one of 2 things. You can, if you've already watched the school tour video, if you have not, go to our website and watch that. That will give you a little flavor of the school. If you want more than that, I'll send you a link to what's called Destination Law School, and you can go in and kind of gives you an idea of what it's like to go to law school. There's some modules you can do there. I'll send that to you right now, but let me reorder your financial aid first, and then I will send that to you, okay?
Yes, thank you.
Have you watched the school tour video on the website?
Yes, I did. You know what didn't work is the actual lecture did not work for some reason. Now that, I don't know if it was my browser or what, I didn't,
It just kept spinning. It just kept doing the spin around. It never really actually played. Wouldn't mind knowing. Wouldn't mind hearing about that. Anyways, I was wondering, do you know what Cali is?
What? No.
C-A-L-I?
No.
I was wondering if you carried that.
No.
Do you have, is there a login, when I apply, is there a login to Westlaw?
Yes, you will get a password for Westlaw.
Does that also, so does tuition cover that?
Yes.
And
Yes.
does that,
There's no charge for that.
does that cover, entrance to, like, LexisNexis?
No, we give our students access to Westlaw, not LexisNexis. We chose Westlaw for our students.
It's LexisNexis, oh, I see, they're comparable entities?
Yeah,
Okay.
they're the top two electronic law libraries out there in use today. And we chose Westlaw for our students because it's a little bit more user-friendly, and for students that are not real, don't have all the technology bells and whistles and are not that adept, it's a little bit easier for them to learn to use it.
So I saw that your online tutorial, and it showed the list of courses, the videos to watch of the professor giving the lecture. Now, is that all I have available, or is there
I'm going to send you this. I'll do this first, and then I'll reorder your financial aid. Let me get this to you now. This is what you're looking for. Okay.
I sent you a voicemail and an email that was kind of, I'm a little nervous. I would have attended law school a while back, but I was nervous because I'm having trouble getting a job. I'm actually quite a gifted programmer, It turns out that the reason I have a little bit of a background which scares people from me, that I guess employees will have trouble getting used to me, and I guess I'm a side attraction at any employer because of my belief system, and it's made me nervous. Like I said, I went to California, that little law school for a month or two, and right as I was attending, I got a job, and they hired me like within hours because I took a test. I'm really testable, and I basically aced one wrong on this thing. Are you still there? Yeah, and they hired me within an hour. Anyways, and I tried to keep everything under wraps. I did not let them know. I did let them know I was disabled, but they didn't know why. And then 2 days later, I guess they Googled me, or they found out. Anyways, they were very quiet, and how they did it, and they were very it was just an ugly scene in which I was being discriminated against, and I can't actually talk about. They paid me some money to shut up about. I can't actually talk about it, but so it was right then I realized I'm going to have a lot of trouble getting employment. So the statement, the question in the email was, if I get this, and I incur quite a debt in doing so, applying to law school, the question is, can I get a job? And what do you think about that?
Okay. First of all, I know about your background. You shared it with me in the very beginning, and that did not deter me from talking to you, from interviewing you, from encouraging you, because I think and I believe that each person is an individual, and some of the most gifted and intelligent people out there may have challenges, such as the one that you are currently experiencing. Can I guarantee you a job? Absolutely not. I don't think anybody can. And if they did, I think I'd run the other way because I wouldn't believe them. Even if you said to me, I graduated from Harvard Law School and this and that, can I guarantee you a job? No. Nobody can guarantee anybody a job. It's going to be up to you and up to your background. And that's where I think this is going to be important, Chris. Successfully going to law school, successfully passing the California bar, which is one of the most respected bars in the country, I think will put you in a different category of candidate, or a different category of job opportunities. And that's the difference. But if you are looking for a guarantee, I can't give that to you.
Thank you.
And if anybody did, I think they're doing you a disservice because nobody can guarantee anybody a job.
Yeah, thank you. I find that, I love to learn, and so, but it just scares me, because I know that there's no way I can do this on disability income that I've got to, unless I get the school loans to go into debt for this. And that's what scared me. It's like, well, God, is anybody going to hire me after this? I
understand that, and I appreciate the seriousness of which you're approaching this, and I wish that I could take that fear away from you, but I cannot. And the fact is that, yes, you will incur debt doing this, and there is no guarantee that you will get a job. But I think what you have to ask yourself is, will your life opportunities, your career job opportunities, be better with or without a law degree? That's the question.
Yeah. It's interesting. People that know me find that there's nothing wrong with me. In fact, they think I'm milking the system because I'm on disability. And they just don't understand actually my only disability is that there's actually a line in the Disability Act that says able to achieve gainful employment, and that's why I'm disabled, because of my belief system causes people to be religious discrimination and mentally ill discrimination. The reason why I wouldn't mind attending like a class, I wouldn't mind attending one of your classes because I want to see how personable it is, because in your demo, the teacher is talking to the classroom, but nobody's able to interact with the professor unless it's in the text. Well, it's very important. It's fairly important that people get to know me via my voice and not via text. Somehow, text, my ability to write evidently is it's different than when people actually hear my voice. So.
Well, let me ask you this question. I know where you're going with this, Chris, but let's say that you went to a law school, let's just call it Law School A, where they could hear your voice and you interacted with them. When you graduated, you're still going to be in the same position that you have to apply for a job. And how are they going to get to know you except once you start interacting on that job? So being in a talking format all the time type of law school is not going to change that reality. If you want to be in a situation where you are talking every single day and interacting face-to-face with people every single day, your only choice is going to be to go to a traditional law school. We are probably the most interactive of online or distance education out there. But the way that our format is, at least in the beginning years, is through what you experience, where you hear the professor, but they see you, so to speak, through your text. Now you can certainly have phone calls with your professors and your advisors, and you can certainly talk to your fellow students via phone call if you choose and if they choose. But you're not going to have that audio interaction on a daily basis with us. If that's what you want, I'm not the law school for you.
I don't need the in-person thing. Would be better. It's amazing. People get to know me, and even as a person, but via voice is pretty powerful itself. There's how would you compare yourself to the California School of Law?
Well, first of all, I'm not going to do a natural comparison of us and other law schools. I don't do that because that turns out in a situation to be a negative conversation about another law school.
Okay.
All I do is tell you that how we do law school, what we can offer you, and then it's up to you, Chris, to decide whether or not that's what you think you want and what's going to work for you. I won't go there.
Okay, that's fair. Yeah, I guess that would be probably not a good question.
Now, I just emailed you something, and it's not going to be voice interactive, but it will maybe give you some ideas. It should be sitting in your inbox right now. Check and see if you got it, if you're buying a computer.
Will I be able to use some of the professors as references when I leave? I'm hoping I'll be able to know the professor pretty well, right?
Well, yeah, that's the beauty of Concord, is that our professors come from all over the country, and they're well regarded. And that's certainly something that's going to be to your advantage. You also will have the option, if you want, when you get to your last year, of doing something called an externship, where you can work in a legal arena near where you live. You don't all come to California, near where you live, whether it's under a judge or in a corporate setting or a nonprofit setting, depending on what you're interested in. And that is kind of what you're talking about, where they can get to know you. And oftentimes it's those opportunities that then turn into permanent job offers. So there is that opportunity for you as well.
So you're saying there might be a job opportunity here for me in Minnesota?
What I'm saying is that in your fourth year, if you look at our catalog, you'll see a choice there for an externship, where it gives you an opportunity for credit to be working in a legal setting. Yeah.
Ma'am, if I heard that, so temporarily I'll be working in Minnesota, but I really can't work unless it's at the federal level in the state of Minnesota, correct?
This is not for money. This is in exchange for credit.
Okay, I understand. What you said, though, that I would be able...
In Minnesota, as an attorney, yes, you can work as a corporate attorney. Once you graduate, you have the California license, you can work as in-house counsel for any type of company, organization, agency, corporation, whether it's public, private, profit, or nonprofit. Or you may choose to work in an area that's governed by federal statutes, such as immigration law, or patent law, or cyber law. Things governed by federal statutes you also can do in other states. What you cannot do is work in an area that's going to take you into the state courts all the time, such as being a divorce attorney, doing personal injury law, medical malpractice law, wills and trusts. Those areas you would not be able to do in Minnesota, because that would require you to have the Minnesota law license.
But I could write up I could help assist writing up the documents for those cases, or I just cannot enter the courtroom, or how does that?
You can, yes. You can be like second chair or the research attorney, absolutely.
Okay, so there's a lot of, you just can't step into the courtroom.
You just cannot, right, be the first chair, the lead one, the person presenting the cases before the judge and the jury, unless you have the local law license. Now, you will be able to do that on occasion. There's something called special admission. The technical term is pro hoc vitae, which means in this particular case or this particular client, you're allowed to take a case into a state court with an out-of-state license. It's just that most states have a limit as to how many times you can do that in a calendar year. So you wouldn't be able to earn yourself a limit doing that enough times in something that takes you into the state courts all the time.
Okay. I live in Minnesota, and it's I fortunately, well, I guess it's fortunate that my living conditions that I can move if I need to, and I tell you, it's been mighty cold here this past winter.
Yeah, oh, bless your heart.
Yeah, no, I used to live down where you're at in Pompano, you know. I used to live in Pompano.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Beautiful here, about 77 degrees and sunny.
Yeah. Yeah, I tell you, it got to be a little too hot down there, and when I went to school in Gainesville, that was about right up in Gainesville. That was okay there.
You also get hurricanes even in Gainesville sometimes.
Yeah.
So, you know. California's a nice place to live. You could always move yourself to California, and then you can practice any type of law you want to.
That's what I was going to ask. I am thinking about moving. I've been thinking about moving for a year, and I was going to ask if I could pick a town. If you have even specifically a town in California that I would go to help assist in this. Do you even have a town that you could think of?
Boy, you're asking me something that I'm not going to be able to help you with because I actually live in Florida. I don't live in California. So I'm not a good person to ask that of. But, you know, when you're in law school, you're going to meet people that are living in California, and those would be the ones that, you know, ask your fellow students. They'll be able to help you with something like that. But I'm not the one to answer that question.
Most of the students live in California?
No, I said some of the students
some.
are from California. Yeah.
So it does open up more doors of opportunity in California. I assume the jobs are plentiful there, too?
Well, jobs are wherever they are, anywhere in this country. I think they're certainly Midwest is probably a little bit more challenging right now for the job markets, and certainly the West Coast or the East Coast. I think there's more jobs there than there are in the Midwest right now.
When I was asking about, as far as, I guess, whether it be the good weather or good employment, it looks as though California would be sort of a good spot to show myself. Especially, I'm into technology, you know, I'm an engineer, and if I get into patent law, you know, sit myself near Silicon Valley might be a good idea, or what?
Well, certainly that is the technology heaven there right now. So I would consider that that's certainly a strong possibility.
I mean, I should probably hone in my abilities on my two expertises, which will be law and then the computer area or the electrical engineering area. I'm just trying to find a way to utilize both and perhaps move to that spot that's going to be good. But that place of employment is not going to be much of an asset to me until I'm in my fourth year. Is that correct?
Well, you're going to be, you know, you can certainly work on your own, but, you know, this externship that you take for credit doesn't happen until your fourth year.
Okay.
That's correct.
It's, you know, I should ideally look for a job. I should actually be working while I do this. Unfortunately, like I said, I'm having a lot of difficulty getting employed. I just got certified twice, and like I say, I test out well, so these certifications actually...
Yeah, I don't want to be giving you advice here on your life, Chris, but
Oh.
it seems to me like you really need to take this one step at a time. And right now, you are seem to be dealing okay with this disability, and you're trying to look forward and get yourself in a better place for job opportunities. That's a law education and a JD degree. So get yourself into law school, do well there, and then if you need to work in addition and go off of disability, then consider that. But, you know, don't jump into the ocean feet first. You want to have a life preserver first.
That's good advice. I appreciate that. I mean, it's one thing, you know, that is working again. It's been a while since so law school, it'll be fun. I mean, I went to this live thing with the California School of Law last night, and I really I'm gonna really enjoy this. I just trying to look for the proper environment for this, and that's why I was asking about how you do your lectures. I want to make sure there's enough personal interaction that the professors gets to know me, and that I can get my questions answered all at the same time, you know? So, but yeah, okay, go ahead.
No, I'm just listening.
Yeah, the 3-day thing, you mentioned 3 days for me to get this thing done. I need a little bit more time because...
Take it. I'll give you a week.
Okay.
I'll say just a week. I'll let them know you've got things to think about and decisions to make that are important. And they'll have no problem with that. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Appreciate
And I appreciate your calling, and so we can talk about this a little bit. And I sent that other thing to you, and just go there and see if that helps you a little bit, okay?
Okay, thank you very much, CJ.
You're welcome, Chris. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hi, Christopher.
So, how do you... your program's a little different than, say, Concord's or California School of Law.
Yes.
Does your law degree actually is it applicable to the California bar?
Yes. You do have to do what they call as an attorney-supervised study. You would have to do that while you were getting your education. Let's see, you're in Minnesota?
Yeah, but I'm actually considering I'm considering moving somewhere warmer. It's been a little bit cold here lately, and
I guess so.
I realize that there's some limitations as far as an online degree.
Yes. Yeah, there's only certain states that will allow that. California is one of them. Like southern states is West Virginia. That would be the most southern state. But mostly it's the Northeast, California, New York, Vermont, Maine.
Yeah.
The state of Washington, Washington, D.C. Those are the states that will allow you to do an online education, but you do have to do an attorney-supervised study as well.
And how long is that? Is that a 6-month course, or is that a year course, or?
Well, if you're interested in taking a state bar exam, then you'll need to have your Juris Doctor. Now, currently our Juris Doctor is 15 core law courses, and it's comprised of 99 units. Now, it takes about 3.5 academic years to complete, but if you don't take any time off and you continue to go through the summertime, you can finish in as little as 2 years.
Yeah, I saw that. I'd be interested in that. I was just confused because everybody else is doing it in 4 years. I was wondering how...
Well, it's an independent study program. So you're working at your own pace. You will be assigned a personal program mentor. That person will answer any questions that you might have and help guide your general course study. You're also assigned a student service advisor. That person will take care of any administrative needs or any school counseling that you might have or be in need of.
And
you can contact them through email, or if you prefer to speak directly to them, you can set up a telephone appointment. Now, your student service advisor, generally if you call during business hours when the admissions office is open, you can reach them. But your program mentor, all of our program mentors are practicing attorneys and judges, so they really are busy. But, you know, as long as you set up a certain time with them, they're really great. They'll always get right back to you, generally within just a few hours, but always within 24 hours.
I tell you, the 2-year thing really is what got me curious, because
well, we recommend at least 10 to 12 hours of study per week with that as well.
Okay. And I like your law book lease program. That's nice.
Yes, that's included in your tuition through our lending library. Now, if you decide you'd like to keep your textbooks, that's not a problem. You're more than welcome, but you would need to pay an additional service fee of $65 per textbook, which is still very inexpensive, because if you go and buy them, I mean, they're about $300 to $500 per book. So that's a big savings.
Yeah, I understand. No, I like that. That's a great idea, you guys.
Yeah.
I'm talking with Concord and California School of Law just to get an idea. I hadn't heard back from you, and I don't know. It's been a few days, so I just didn't know what to expect. So it's interesting hearing from you, finding out if your program is real, for one, how you can do it in 2 years and nobody else can.
Well, with Concord and Kaplan, you're logging into a classroom 3-4 days a week for 2 or 3 hours. You know, certain days at a certain time, you have to be there. Now, if you even miss one class, you might be required to take that whole year over again. And you'll also be very careful. I mean, they are very good schools, and you can get a very good education, but you do have to take their California baby bar exam. And that, unfortunately, is a very, very difficult exam. Only 21% of the people who take that exam actually pass it.
And you don't have to, through your program, I don't have to take that?
No, you don't have to take the baby bar.
I don't understand. Are you sure that I can practice as an attorney in California if...
You need to do an attorney-supervised study, along with after you've taken your first 6 courses of our degree term, you would want to go ahead and get your your supervising attorney. Now, generally, that's a paid position. The ABA just wants, there's more to practicing law than just the knowledge of it. It's the actual, participating in a courtroom. They just want to make sure that you've had practice in a real office setting, interviewing real clients, taking depositions, participating in a live courtroom, submitting legal documents, not as a homework assignment, but for real, and that's understandable. So yes, as long as you do that attorney-supervised study along with your education, you can get through that and you won't have a problem with taking that state bar exam. I'll send you a link to our online catalog, and right there on the left-hand side of the page, there's a link that'll take you straight to the American Bar Association. Make sure you go in and verify everything, and make sure you read through all read through it all, and there's a lot of gray writing in there, and it does have to be interpreted correctly, but it's done.
Okay. I think I've seen, well, I've seen most of your site. I went through it pretty thoroughly
Good.
to get a feel for it. Maybe I've already seen that page you're mentioning, but let me see here. So, is there lectures? Is there online lectures that I'll be seeing for your
No, no.
I'll just
It's an independent study program, yeah. You will have 2 exams per core course. The first exam will be a multiple choice. The second exam will be an essay. Once you have completed all of your core courses successfully, you'll then have to do a final project or an academic paper. Everything is submitted through email. We never accept any coursework by mail, so just your textbooks. Then, of course, when you graduate, your diploma and your transcripts are mailed directly to your home. You know, it's a really new and innovative way to learn. You know, you're working at your own pace. You're not going to get a 0 because you didn't turn your homework in because you had to work overtime. You know, I mean, if you do go over the 3.5 years, you will be required to pay an additional monthly fee. But we have very few students that take longer than 3.5 years. The majority of our students finish in 2 years, a little over 2 years. I think the average was 2.2 or something.
Any way I could talk to one of them?
No, unfortunately, the privacy rights for online education is kind of strict. We can't even use their names, like, you know, as, you know, saying that they've graduated, things like that. It's kind of funny. I don't know why, but...
Well, it'd just be nice to find out the experience that and maybe how they've, well, I find it weird that nobody else can offer a 2-year program, and at the other, I just question whether this is true or not. Did you have
Well,
somebody?
we've been around since 1992. In the online catalog, there was a link there to the Department of Commerce. If you go there, it publishes the statistics of every law school in the country. We've been an online law school since 1992, and our statistics are all there going all the way back. We have very high statistics for graduation rate for an online law school.
Yeah, you know, I've already have a lot of experience in the law field, and I love the idea in which I can work while studying. I absolutely.
Yeah, this is really made. You know, it's really made for the person who needs to work and, you know, be able to work. A lot of people have to support their families, and, you know, they have full-time jobs, and, you know, they have to eat and then get some sleep, and it's really difficult, and this is the only way that they can get a degree. You know, and I really think that, you know, the laws are going to be changing. Obama's really pushing for Americans to get more educated. So I really think they're going to start accrediting these online colleges more. You know, letting this, because it's a new way of learning, you know? It's just a new way of learning.
Oh, wow. So
but you do have to be very self-motivated. You know, if you're not going to study, you're not going to get through in that 2 years.
do you,
You know, it really depends on how much studying and work you can do.
do you use CALI, C-A-L-I, computer assisted legal instruction?
No. You do have the option of joining Westlaw. We currently use Westlaw Online Library. You can have the option of joining that. It's only $250 per year as long as you're a student at Novus. They do offer you an additional option 12 months after you graduate at only $250 per month. Then after that, of course, you'd have to pay what everybody else pays, which is $500 per month. Our textbooks are the same textbooks everyone uses. It's the ones recommended by the American Bar Association. We use the Gilbert's Learning System, just like that's recommended by the ABA as well.
Oh, boy, this is really interesting. I mean, it'd be kind of cool to get your degree and work a little bit. I'm, like I said, I already have a lot of legal knowledge.
That's great.
I've done some
You know,
law.
there is the one course that you would be required to take. Now, you may have already taken it. The first course is Legal Research, Writing, and Analysis. And you've probably already taken that, but it is required by Novus, so you would need to retake that class.
No, I've what I mean is experiences I've not so much in the law school I've filed some lawsuits before, so I'm familiar with the process.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Um,
Yeah.
so I had
And
experience.
you enjoyed that. You know, something else, too, which just sounds a little funny, but, you know, your federal court systems, that would be like your immigration courts, your tax courts, your patent courts, your veterans appeals and federal claims. That's all where your accreditation is on a national or federal level, and they do allow for online education.
Yeah, I'm actually a computer engineer, so I have an engineering background. So I thought about the patent thing.
Great. Huh. Well, that you wouldn't need to do the attorney supervised study either to work in those courts. You can be accredited as well.
See, I'm
Isn't that funny? That makes no sense to me. You mean I can practice in my country's court, but not in my lowly little state or county courtroom? You know?
yeah. So for the 2 years, if I were to do the 2-year program, it would cost me how much for the? I forget what you have for rates, but I think it was.
Well, it doesn't matter if you complete it in the 2 years or the 3.5 years. The tuition is $6,195. And that includes all of your core course textbooks. We are offering right now a 10% grant if you could pay the tuition in full. You would only need to pay $5,575.50.
So you're telling me for my total degree would cost me, if I could pay it up front, $5,575, that'd be about $11,000 for the full degree?
No,
Oh.
that's for your entire degree, from the time you receive your first set of textbooks in the mail until you receive your diploma.
That's what I mean. So the entire degree would cost me $11,000?
No, $5,575.50.
Really? For the entire degree?
Yes.
No.
I get that a lot.
No. This is confusing because I'm looking at getting charged $30,000 or $40,000 depending on the other two schools.
I know.
You're too. Oh my God. Oh my.
We have no residence, classes. We just have an admissions office, so that saves a lot of money right there. There's a lot of, for a building, there's a lot of upkeep. You've got maintenance, you've got utilities, you've got lawn care, and that really adds up. And unfortunately, universities spend a great deal of money on advertising. And we really don't advertise at all. Most of our, applicants are word of mouth, or they just find us through the internet. They do a Google search and we'll come up. So, and that's a big savings right there. They say that's about 70% of the tuition that a student pays is for advertisement.
This is shocking to me because I could have this whole degree done in 2 years and it cost me less than $10,000. It cost me.
Yeah, there are some additional service fees, like the Westlaw Online Library. Now, you must know Nexus Lexis is an excellent online law online law library. However, they don't give student discounts. You would have to pay the full price of $500 a month. So, it's a choice. It's up to you. They are both the same, Westlaw and Nexus. Nexus Lexus. They have, both have 300,000 books, I believe the actual total is over 300,000. They have all kinds of stuff to help you study and review. They even have self-test exams to help prepare for your law school exams. There's tutorials, there's journals, all kinds of things that you can use for your research and your study. Now, your exams, you want to make sure that you pass that exam the first time. If you don't pass it, you will need to pay another additional fee of $65 to retake that exam.
Okay.
And if you go over the 3.5-year time limit, you will need to pay an additional monthly fee. That rarely happens, but I think they have to implement that just in case, because some people it would take them 10 years, and then they would really lose money, So I think that's why they put that limit on there. But we have a lot of people. We offer a corporate executive Juris Doctor as well. That's a non-bar degree. That one doesn't involve any criminal law whatsoever. And that one you can finish in a year and a half. A lot of people who want to be, executives and, just do contract specialists, things like that, they'll get those degrees, the CEJD. But you definitely aren't going to pass a bar exam with that because it covers no criminal law whatsoever. But
I guess, yeah. I mean, when I didn't hear back from this, I guess it's been 5 days. 5 days. I didn't hear back right away. I was just wondering.
It was the 29th that you sent this in, so it's been 3 days.
Okay, that's only 3 days.
And normally I ended up being out for 2 days,
Okay.
so
Okay.
that's why that is my inbox, and I apologize. Please forgive me. I'm so sorry.
I mean, I'm literally on the verge of applying to one of the other two, and I mean within a week or two, and I just hadn't heard back. I was just curious about this program. I just want to see if it's for real, for one.
Yeah, we're for real. Yeah. Well, let me make sure I have all your correct information, Christopher. Your mailing address is 806 South Jefferson Street, number 2, Redwood Falls, Minnesota, 56283.
Yes.
Okay, your birth date, June 14th, 1967.
Yes.
Okay. If you do register, is that the address where you would want your textbook sent to?
Yeah, and you even pay the postage on that, or what?
Yes.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. I know, some people get just so happy. It makes me feel so good. It's just made their life a whole lot easier. And I think this is a good, great program. My daughter is taking the corporate executive JD as well. She's doing fantastic. She really needed that she's the human resource manager. So she's really learning a lot through it as well. I've been after her for quite a few years to take this anyways. She finally did. So, you do have to, make sure that you're self-motivated now. Do you think you can push yourself and study every day? Or, do recommend 10 to 12 hours per week.
Yeah.
At the very least.
Yeah. Is there a syllabus of some sort to be able to?
You'll get. We do have the curriculum. It's on. I'll send you the curriculum as well. But everything will be sent 4 days before your next class starts. Your course material will be sent online. You'll always be one set of textbooks ahead, just in case, that you finish one, you can get right into the next one. When you receive your first set of textbooks, you can just let your student advisor know, and then she'll go ahead and send your second set out to you. That way you'll always be one ahead. They just want to make sure that there's no problems with the first set that they send you. So those, they actually come straight from Westlaw. Actually mail those out, I believe.
Oh, this is really interesting.
All right, well, I'll go ahead and I'll send you an email. I'll say we completed your eligibility interview and I've deemed you eligible for registration. Now, our next available degree term would be the 25th, but we only accept 150 students, and I've only got 5 seats available for that one, so it'll be gone pretty quick. So the next one will be May 9th. Will be the next degree term start date.
Okay, and you normally get a bunch of these people that I can study with, then? I can study with these people?
Well, you know, we're talking about doing maybe a Facebook page where people can go on and get study buddies. But currently, we don't have anything like that. You know, it's an independent study program. You're working on your own.
What I'm saying is it'd be nice to gather with, say,
It could be.
5 students.
Yeah.
You get together in a little chat room on Skype or something, and you start talking.
Yeah. Yeah, well, they've been talking about doing that. Maybe if we get enough students interested in it. Make sure that you know, if you do register, make sure you mention that both to your student advisor and to your program mentor. Because they're talking about implementing it. So if more people will speak up and say, hey, yeah, let's do this, and I'm sure, you know, they can even get exactly 6 people, you'd think would be no problem out of 150, right? You know, but I think maybe it makes it difficult because everybody's in different stages. You know, everybody's studying on their own. So I guess that's why they've kind of been, you know, they don't want one student to get held back because they're in a group with another student. I know they were talking about that as well. So I guess they'll have to figure that all out. Okay, and what email address did you want me to use?
Novus would be fine. The Novus one.
Okay. All right. Great. Great, Chris. I really like that. I thought that was pretty ingenious. Good job.
Let me see. Did you? Caller ID is it said it didn't have a number. Can I get your number if I want to talk to you again?
Yes. Yes. It's 818.
Okay.
392.
392.
8103.
8103. And your first name or your name, full name?
Rachel Miller.
Okay.
Yeah, just call back. If our phones are all busy, it will kick into voicemail. Just leave me a message and I'll call you right back. And I'll give you all that information in the email I sent you as well. And you'll have 10 days to make up your mind. You can give me a call back or send me an email and I'll give you a call, you know, in about a week and a half and see how you're doing. If you have any questions or problems, though, don't hesitate. Just give me a call, you know, or send me an email. I'm happy to help, okay?
When it's time for, after the 6 courses, and then you go into the working with, what's it called, apprenticeship, right?
No, it's an attorney-supervised study,
and
is what it's
do you help me find that employment, or is that something I seek on my own?
That's something you seek on your own. Now, you're going to want to find a supervising attorney that, you know, you want to interview them. You know, you're bringing a lot to the table. You can bring your law school library, the Westlaw. They will jump on that chance because that will more than pay your salary, what it's going to save them for, you know, having you for a year. But you want to make sure it's an attorney that you can, you know, look up to and respect and that you're going to be able to learn from. You know, and it's going to take the time to spend, you know, time with you and show you things, you know, and work with you. You want to make, you know, you don't want them to be interviewing you. You want to do the interviewing.
Any idea what the job, something like this, would pay?
Well, I'm not real sure what the pay rates are there in Minnesota.
Now,
it varies. It varies all over. I know down in the South it's a little bit less. They're only making like $10 or $15 an hour. So I don't know. You know, it's hard for me to judge, and the way salaries are going up and down and every which way, mostly down though lately. You know, it's hard for me to, I have no idea. And it depends on what state you're going. Minnesota is, because that's not one of the states either. So you do have to do that, attorney supervised study in one of those other states. California, Maine, New York, Vermont, West Virginia, the state of Washington, Wyoming, and the District of Columbia.
Yeah, I'm thinking about moving to one of those states, probably maybe California too. But I'm on my own as far as finding that.
Yes, you're a supervising attorney. Yes, that's someone you need to choose.
Yeah, but they're the ones that are hiring me, right? So they're choosing me, right?
Well, it's a little of both going on, but you don't want to go with that attitude. You want to go with the "Are you going to help me?" attitude, because that's what it's about. I mean, you're saving them a lot of money. You're going to be doing a lot of their research for them. You're going to be submitting all their legal paperwork. You know, I mean, and they're going to want to know that, you know, you do know what you're doing. You know, that they don't have to be looking over your shoulder all the time either. You know?
I don't know. I mean, if I'm going to submit $6,000 to you up front, I would certainly like to know, be able to talk to somebody that's gone through this to understand, you know, that this is, you know what I'm saying? This is, I'm assuming I'm not going to be able to get that money back once I do this.
Well, if you want to drop out of school, you know, if you don't want to continue, you can withdraw. I do believe you've only got 6 months to withdraw to get a refund back.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's going to take me. I mean, it would be nice to be able to talk to a reference to find out a student that.
Yeah. See, I think that, you know, they're working on that Facebook. I think that would be a great thing. You know, see, hopefully that will come to light. Because I've had so many people over the years ask me that, and there's nothing, you know. I think, you know, they have sent us out, like, letters that are from students, but then they've had to block out their names. And, I mean, what good is it? As far as I'm concerned, anybody could write that, you know? That's how I feel about it. So I don't even, you know, send them out because I think it's kind of stupid, you know. But there's something about online laws. I obviously have never taken this course because then I might know what I'm talking about. But it's something to do with online privacy acts. You know, you cannot, even if they give you permission, you can't, you know, put their stuff out there for anybody. So.
But you see my dilemma, right? I would like to talk to somebody and find out what's going on.
Yeah, I very much understand you. Yeah. I might be able to, you know, have somebody else call you back.
Yeah.
One of the advisors or the, you know, someone.
Yeah, you can't give out the number, but if they call me, that's not a problem. So can you give somebody my number and have them call me?
I'll try that. Let me see if I can finagle that somehow, Chris. I'm not promising you anything, but let me see what I can do. Okay?
Yeah, thank you.
All right. You sure you don't mind your number? I don't know. I might have to get written permission. It might have to be notarized.
Well, you can record the phone call, record this conversation, and I'll give you authorization.
That might work. All our calls are recorded.
Well, there you go. I give authorization.
All right. Let me see. Let me speak with someone. See if we can finagle something here for you. Okay.
Appreciate it.
All right. I'll see what I can do.
Thank you.
Yeah, meanwhile, I'll go ahead and send this email out to you, and like I said, any problems, don't hesitate to give me a call or send me an email.
Okay, thank you.
All right, great, Chris. You have a great day.
You too, Rachel.
Thanks.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
That degree for the $6,000, that the other ones are talking that you have to complete it in 4 years, and this one, they're saying for $6,000 you can do it in 2 years. So, but a lot of it seems legit. It's just finding any reference, any confirmation of anybody succeeding at this program is it's kind of like getting a degree from a Cracker Jack box. What exactly does it mean if I show my law degree from the Cracker Jack box? You know, and that's part of the problem is that the schools actually, huh?
What courses you got in those 2 years? You only got half the courses there.
No, you just you complete them at your own pace is the deal.
And which courses? How many and what kind? What courses are the 4 years versus the 2 years?
Right, I think you have to complete them all, but it's kind of a...
What's all? What is the all? What courses are? What's the curriculum? You should be able to find out what the curriculum is for it.
Well, yeah, they've got it posted somewhere, but...
It's got to be half the courses in the 2 year one.
Not really, you just... because you're doing it at your own pace, you can do it whenever you want and you can get it completed.
Your own pace is, you can only do so much, you're only so fast at something now. I mean, why would it be 2 years instead of 4 if your pace is the same? You know what I mean? Pace, what do you mean by pace? It means that you only have to have half the amount to do or something.
Yeah. That's what I said. I wouldn't mind talking to somebody to find out what's going on with this thing.
Oh, find out what the curriculum is. Compare curriculums. See what those courses are. You got to have a catalog or something that you can see what's all involved before you even start. You know, be able to know then better why it's shorter than why is it so much shorter? Why is it only half as short as, you know, most law schools are more than 4 years, I think. But anyway, I don't know. Everything's too other than law school that you're going to, right?
I think I'll like it. Nobody's hired me, you know, I got certified twice. Nobody's hiring me, so I figure, you know.
Well, right now, nobody's hiring anybody, it seems. Very few. They talk about it, but companies, but I don't know. Companies hiring, but there isn't much of that going on, it seems like. I don't know if it's going to pick up more, yeah. I hate to be in the workforce right now myself.
You're in the workforce?
No, I said I hate to be in the workforce right now. I have time to be in the workforce. 401ks that aren't good anymore, it sounds like, Social Security is, I don't know.
Yeah.
Keep looking into it. Before I decide.
Yeah, it makes you, the one that's looking, it's, they pressure you, they go, well, you've got, you've got 3 days to fill in all these forms and send them back. I'm like, you've got to be kidding me. Come on.
Yeah.
That's what really pisses me off a little bit, because it's like, you're trying to seem legit. They're just trying to get you in to take your money, or what? Or maybe they think that I'm a good student and they would be proud of me or something. I don't know. It's kind of hard to detect what their motive is. But it seems so pushy, you got the one today for the $6,000. That one did that. Said, oh yeah, well, you got 10 days, otherwise we won't be able to. You have to reapply.
What
And
the hell is the time limit for anyway? What are they doing that for?
yeah, classes don't start till freaking June, Well,
Well, no, it's on your own pace, so the classes are not, there's no class that you're going to, you're doing it at your own pace.
yeah, I know, I did.
So what the hell? You're your own class, is what it is. Check into it more before you do anything, that sounds fishy. Yeah,
Yeah, I
get
should,
more information on it. Yeah. Drive door open and stop looking at it. You can have Wayne take a look at it.
oh, really?
Well, it was, the snow and ice froze it down so it wouldn't open up. So I tripped it and broke it loose with shovels, and then it went up, but now it doesn't want to come down. And I think it's out of sequence or something up. So I'm thinking I'm going to have to pull a chain again and bring it down. Why the heck would it be up and it tries to run, but then it shuts off because it can't go any higher or it can't go any lower. Something, I don't know. Can't quite figure out why he did that. And he just tripped it, and I suppose it, I don't know, maybe it's changing the right place. Anyway.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
talk to you later.
Yeah,
Bye. Emails, the one for Concord, the more expensive one, the one disadvantage of Concord is that they don't use the Socratic method, which is kind of cool because it's like a real classroom. You can raise your hand, ask questions in the class.
Okay, so you're not looking at Novus anymore, in other words, so I don't have to do research on Novus, is that what you're saying?
It is just a hard sell. Novus thing is a hard sell. I try to get a hold of somebody from Facebook, and they aren't responding anymore. When I asked them if they're a practicing lawyer, I found one that got the degree, but when I asked if she was a practicing lawyer and how that worked, she didn't respond.
Uh-huh.
And Novus had about 6 people, and I think 1 or 2 of them are professors. Only one student responded.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, it didn't look, I mean, even a little bit that I read didn't look real good to me, overall. But anyway, how much is this other one then that you're thinking of? And,
well, look at the Socratic method one is $30,000, but they're less established, so they don't have a whole lot of references. They've only been in business for 4 or 5 years.
And have you found graduates here?
No, because they're just getting ready to take the bar here pretty soon. So,
Are they accredited? Because that is important. And are they approved by the Bar Association?
yeah, they're approved by the California Bar, and they are. Well, how do I say this? Accredited. They're not accredited by the ABA, which is the American.
Right, that's the American Bar.
Bar Association. But there's interesting, what you can do in any other state, what you do is you get that degree, and then you go and you take that degree and you walk into another college and you say, I'd like to get my master's. It's essentially like it's like a master's, the next one up. So what you can do,
Yeah.
if you want to practice in any state, you have to go to more schooling in that state and then you, if they accept you, you can just, you get it? You get it?
Yeah, well, I think it's a lot of money myself, but, so you don't need me to do any research on this? You're pretty sure that it's the right thing to do, or what? I mean, there doesn't look like you can do much research if they're new. I would like to at least see if there's any, complaints about it. You know, have you done a lot of searching on it to look for pros and cons?
Kathy, you're misunderstanding me here. The one that's sort of new is the California School of Law. That's the Socratic method. The one that's been around for over 10, 15, I think 15 years, I think since 92, is the Concord one. And they've got over 500 people on their Facebook.
And are those people responding to you?
I'm not sure what to ask them. Because that one looks
Well, I
legit.
would do more at $30,000 or $40,000, whatever you're thinking of spending. I would certainly not jump into it. I would take a few weeks. I don't see where there's even any hurry. But I will do research for you. Now, which one are you the most interested in, Concord or the other one?
Both. If
Are they both the same price, about?
well, I sent you the one. California School of Law is 30 grand, and it's about 38.5 for the Concord.
Okay. I looked at the links, but I didn't have them at the top of my head, so that's why and I'm not down at my computer at the moment, so. But yeah, I'll do some research on them throughout the day, and, doesn't take long if there's any, I love forums, like that one forum link I sent you. There's a lot of discussion on the Novus, you know, pros and cons and stuff, and I like that.
Listen,
I like,
what I was going to say about the Novus, now imagine this. If I can get a $6,000 degree from Novus, and then take that and get it done in 2 years, now take that into a master's at law at any place, I'd then be able to practice anywhere. So in other words, I can get that degree that's needed to get the master's. You understand the thing? So I could get it.
that would only be a $6,000 course. Is that what you said?
Right, and I study on my own. It kind of sucks because I got to study on my own.
Yeah, I think you could do that just by finding all kinds of law degree books to check out or even buy. You know, if you're on your own, you could do it without spending $6,000. Well, I don't know what to tell you on that. That's personal on studying. But you're really sure you want to do this, because why did you change your mind when you were interested in the law? Oh, how many years ago was that, Chris? When you were going to do this some years back? Do you remember that?
Well, I changed my mind. I know. I was sick of the. I'm still mad at the legal system. But that's why I did it, because I was mad, and I didn't do it because I just didn't like the system. I didn't. But now I'm going to do it because, for one, it's something to do. Two, it's involved in a business in which I'm promoting, which is this Truth Under Oath thing. And three, I could become a lawyer in which I could make, potentially make, 6 figures or even over 200,000, I suppose, a year. right?
Well, you can. It depends on what kind of law you're in. There's also lawyers that barely make the grade, barely make the, average. I don't think all lawyers make all that big money. I think some of them do. And I didn't, just like all doctors aren't real big money winners either. So I don't know what to say on that. Other than, I'll research for you. That's all I can say right now is I'll do research. It would be interesting.
Another thing that I'm considering, which, I was going to say that you replied to my comment about, does anything good happen since I've been to Minnesota? And that's all you can come up with is
No,
Nicole and Dylan?
I can come up with many things, Chris, but
What
it isn't for me.
What are they? What are they?
Talk till I'm blue in the face, but it's up to you. If you can't see anything good,
No.
then why should I even bother?
No. Well, I mean, go ahead and give me some ideas. I mean, the Nicole Dillon's, that's definitely something good. That's true. What else?
Well, it's not. And then I said in there, it's the little things. So when you add up all the times you spent with friends, family, you had really good times, even though you got fired, you didn't have that probably good of a time at your Minnesota job or your Minneapolis job. Because you were so busy working all the time, I don't think you had time to enjoy life, actually. But when you were in Sioux Falls, you had a lot of friends, you had a lot of laughs, and here in Redwood, you, for quite a few years, you've enjoyed the Hammersmith, and then in Minneapolis, you enjoyed karaoke many, many times. And, there was a lot of good times, family good times too, in all these years. You just have to, like I said, if you don't remember them, then you lose them. Or if you don't try to remember them. If you say nothing good has happened, then you can't remember those things. That's all.
Well, it doesn't seem like that's just normal activity. I mean, big events that have occurred in my life. Other than
your life is.
If you let me speak, please. I wasn't quite finished with my sentence. Events other than like Dylan and Nicole, big events, yes, those were good. And disabled, that's bad. The firings, that's bad. They got the Social Security, that's good, but that's kind of as a result of the negative stuff. The negatives are, again, sexual harassment accused of, another job firing, 3 of them total, declared mentally ill, thought that I was God.
Okay.
I mean, there's just a lot of negatives that I'm talking about the bigger events, not the normal. Okay, I talked with this person today, and that was a good thing. It's not about those. I don't mean that kind of stuff. Well,
that's what good life is. Wherever you go.
Okay.
What do you want?
Well, I guess I could say that I didn't die. I suppose that I didn't get killed.
No, I mean, why do you think it's Minnesota? It's not. If you, whatever state you go to, when you declare yourself God, you can have things happen to you, but you've learned a lot not to do that. So you probably won't have anything bad happen to you in these other states, maybe. But it won't be any different if you get in a corporation. Yeah, it didn't matter what state you lived in, Chris. That's why actually Minnesota was good for you.
It's amazing. I don't know. I'm just having trouble. Birth of my kids, which could have been done anywhere.
Exactly.
It's about the only two things that I can figure out that's happened that's been good. Social Security.
Yep. And, you know, Chris, all of what you happened, the good and the bad, was going to happen no matter whether you were in Florida. You would have had at least Dylan because Maria was pregnant. But mental illness would have happened there or whatever state. So eventually firing. It wasn't Minnesota. Basically, it was your life changing from being an average person. You said it yourself, you know. When you start seeing all these things, you know, that puts you in a whole different category, and that would have happened in Florida, too.
I know, I was talking to a guy at the buffet in Jackpot, and he's from Iowa, and he says he lived in Minnesota for a year, and he said he left because of the people. They're kind of cold, they're not friendly, and that's why he moved. And he says he's mentioned some others. He's been around the country a bit. He's mentioned Texas and St. Louis, and he now lives in Iowa where he grew up. But he was just telling me that the people are different, you know. So you seem to think that this would have happened anywhere else, and I suggest...
mental illness, the birds, yes, the mental illness and the birds would have happened. And I have no reason to believe that you would have been treated any different in a company. If you would have done all the same actions you did,
Yeah, but
you know,
Okay.
from the sexual harassment to the other things in any other state, I see no evidence that would say, did you tell this guy from Iowa what some of the things you had?
Yeah, Kathy, when I was down in Florida, and we had a company softball thing, and I made mention to the fact that one of the ladies' boobs were bouncing up and down when she was running to the ball. And I said this out loud, and I received not even a comment for making that comment.
Okay, that's evidence of the whole.
I'm just saying, I think that people up here in Minnesota are a little bit sensitive about issues. They're not
I
like...
think you find good and bad people everywhere. But anyway,
Well,
what is the... Okay, but I have to ask you now, what is the point of discussing it with me? Where are we going with this?
Well, I mean, it's just an idea. It's just a thought. What exactly has happened to me since I've been to Minnesota? I sure have spent, you know, I got fired from 3M. I was thinking, you know, why? I come to Minnesota and I get fired horrifically, in a horrific fashion. I mean, the most horrific thing that could have probably occurred in anybody's lifetime was what happened at 3M. And I thought to myself, why didn't I just pick up and leave the state right then? And I think, wow, that could have fixed all my problems. Why didn't I just leave the state? If I enter a state and all of a sudden I just get kicked in the ass, why do I stick around and ask for more?
All right. Whether you're right or wrong, you can't change the past, okay? So now, this becomes a pointless conversation because there was great good in Minnesota called average living, and there would be great good in other states called average living. But the fact of the matter is, mental illness, wherever you are, follows you wherever you are. Whether, when you're trying to get into high industry job like you are with your programming, you know, you have to have references and you can't get them. You have to have a reason for not working and you can't give it. So anyway, and you would have, if you would have written your website
anywhere you went, you would have had people reacting the same way, Chris. So there's no way that you're gonna. Well, we can't prove it one way or the other. But I think if you would have lived in a town in Iowa and named many of the women in that town as your wives, I think you would have been rejected in that town.
Yeah, but you don't seem to understand. It happened when I was in Minnesota.
Well, Minnesota is just where you happen to live. It happened when you believed that you had these women as your wives.
Right, it
It had
happened.
nothing to do.
It happened.
I did, but so did your birth happened in California. I mean, these things are not tied together as far as anything. It just happens to be where you were at particular times in your life. So.
Right, my birth happened in California. That's a good event, and so far nothing bad has happened in California.
That's because you weren't mentally ill in California, but when you go out there mentally ill, you're not going to get a company to hire you out there either.
Kathy, why do you say I'm mentally ill? You were...
Because that's what you're categorized in order to get Social Security. If you want to take off that category, that's fine. All I'm saying is, if you go out there and say you're on Social Security, that's why you weren't working for the last X number of years, you have to give a reason why. I'm just talking technical. I'm not talking personal, okay?
I guess, yeah. You keep mentioning it over and over again, so I just it's getting tired. But the thing
because
is,
it's over again. That's what caused the problem.
You're
Everything.
sure? So you're sure that I would have done these things if I hadn't been you're sure that I would have said I was God if I hadn't been in Minnesota? You're pretty sure about that, huh?
No, I can't say I'm sure, but I think that it was a pattern waiting to happen. If you, I'll tell you what. I don't want to go that deep right now. I just want to ask you one question because that was in connection to your staying in Minnesota. The tint on your windows. I asked you what percent it was, and you said it was 35. But if Chris, it was 35, it's legal. What do you mean by 35%?
It's got to be 50% Minnesota.
So you're saying it is 65. It can't be greater than 50. Are you saying it is 65?
It's 32, which means it blocks out 70-some%.
Okay, that's what I see. You were giving me a figure that I can't work with. So, what is being determined on that?
Well, I'm praying I don't get stopped. I'm praying I don't get stopped.
Okay, I agree. You haven't been stopped for years, right?
Well, it's the cops here in town.
Yeah.
They're pushing me away, and everything seems to be pushing me away. And guess what happened now? I've got a numb tongue. I think the water is polluting my body, and now my tongue is numb. So I'm buying totally bottled water now, and I'm praying that goes away. Otherwise, I got something permanent going on here. It's like a burnt tongue feeling, but it's a numb tongue. And I don't think I'm not burning my tongue. I'm not burning my tongue. It's something in the water is causing this. And so now...
Can you taste food?
I can taste still, but this is really making me nervous. Because it needs to go away, whatever's going on. It's only in the front section of the tongue. It's not the whole tongue.
Consider going and having a checkup?
Well, I'm going to give it a few days here on some bought water. Figure
Right.
I drink a lot of pots of coffee. I drink a lot of coffee, and I use that water. And it's been unfiltered lately because I just decided that the landlord finally fixed the softener so that it wasn't dumping out any more salt water. So I figured the water was going to be okay, but it looks like the water has got some shitty chemicals in it. And also my filter also plugged up, so I didn't buy a new one. Could be my fault for not buying it. Anyways, I just assumed the water is going to be okay to drink. I mean,
Okay, well, after you gone and bought the water, if it doesn't go away, are you going to make an appointment with the VA to make sure it's not something more serious?
well, I've got it's nerve damage. If this doesn't go away, there's nothing they can do. I've got nerve damage.
How do you know? How do you know? And, how do you know it's nerve damage and blah, blah, blah? When you get free medical treatment, why wouldn't it be worth having some tests made?
Well, Kathy, I'm sure I'm not just going to sit on my ass and let my tongue go numb, okay? That's why I'm trying to do something right now, okay? So I suppose in proper time, I will get it checked out.
Good.
But yet there's just another reason why it looks like this town especially, or Minnesota is saying it's time maybe, Chris, to think about someplace else. And the cold weather has got me thinking, okay, let's go someplace warm. I've been thinking about that for the past year, and it's just the people here, like I've mentioned, the people here are a little bit sensitive to sexual natures. I'm having trouble getting laid, and it's probably because they're very sensitive about the fact that I need some tail.
Now you what? What was that last statement?
That I need some tail. Tail. It's like need some tail. That's a sexual reference. Doesn't seem very harmful, but it's actually pretty offensive. Any sexual nature to anybody in this state. So. So, with the idea of this college thing, it gets me thinking about, I can only practice in California, so maybe I just think that maybe this is the time to move on. I want someplace warmer, so that would be a nice place warm to settle down again and start over. And
California.
Huh?
What part of California?
I don't know. I'd be. I don't know. It's up to this. It's a big state, right? But
Didn't I give you some statistics about Santa Maria?
I was looking into that. My birthplace. Why?
Well, I thought I had given it to you. I was saying that, I'm almost sure I told you that the average summer temperature is never hotter than 85. And, I'm not saying it couldn't get there once in a while, but the average summer temperature was 85. The average winter high was 65. And the average low, probably 40 in the winter. But foggy in the summer to where you have cool evenings. And sometimes the fog is there in the morning until 11 o'clock. So you don't have early morning sun. But anyway, that's just an example. The northern area is expensive as far as the Bay Area and the Los Angeles area. Those are pretty expensive and maybe more than you want. Inland gets real hot in the summer. you know, probably a lot of times there's near 100-degree temperatures, but it's dry heat. Just something to think about. If you want weather, you don't want to go someplace where, you know, whatever.
Well, yeah, I was actually just checking out the apartment prices are reasonable. They're comparable to the cities. I've even seen that one-bedroom apartments near the. Actually, I did check out Santa Maria, just to curious, and that's seems to be a little bit more expensive. But right next to it's another town that's got cheaper. So I saw, you know, 2 bedrooms you can go for 800, for 700 for 2 bedrooms, or 1 bedroom I saw for 550 or something like that.
Those are good prices, and that's a good, really nice. It's a nice area. There'll be a lot of Hispanics. No big deal one way or the other. I don't know what Santa Maria is like right now. You know what I mean? It's growing, but I mean it's not. It's probably definitely smaller by far than the metro area. Yeah, I don't. Another place that I saw, they were saying a good place to live right now is Birmingham, Alabama.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was reading articles about some of the best places to move, and price-wise, and rising. I don't know if it was economy or whatever, but Birmingham, Alabama was mentioned. So, well, anyway.
You know, and I've just been, Kathy, also with the looks of. What was I saying? It's possible that this apprenticeship thing could equal out to something, and I believe California is one of the states that you can do this. So it's possible that, you know, I could sort of I don't know. It's possible I may not work for 4 years, but it's also possible that I might work in the legal area during some of that time, and I should go to a state in which, well, it looks like California would be the state to check that out in. Try to get with somebody at a legal firm.
All right, I just want to say, though, one thing you've got to know, and that is that the economy, California is one of the hurting states. You know that, don't you? It used to be the Golden State, but, you know, right now it's shut down a lot of its state parks just because of the money.
Okay.
And, I mean, it's still got a lot of good going for it, don't get me wrong. But I don't know if I were you, before I would move anywhere, I would look in the classifieds in a lot of these cities and see where they're looking for lawyers, legal assistants, whatever, you know, I don't know. Yeah, I would do research. Don't rush into it. You can always move, but if you rush into it and do it too soon, it just becomes a hassle. And until you get a job where you have insurance, you want to kind of be within a reasonable distance of a veteran, good veteran hospital for your physical medical needs. But anyway, yeah, no, I don't see much point in talking. You're not going to get any argument from me. If you want to move, I just say do it right. Don't, you know, do lots of research. And so now, let me change the subject and find out when are you going to get tickets for the kids? It's plenty early. But have you had any thoughts about having the kids this summer? Let me clarify. Are you thinking of at least waiting until after the kids?
Yeah, I was thinking it'd be around August, October time
Yeah, I like that.
is when I'd move. But it also give me a chance to check out this law school thing. It looks like I'm going to be attending. I got one starts in June, the other one starts in September. Right, April.
May I suggest that the September one would enable you to spend more time with your kids when they're here? You know?
Well, yeah, I believe it starts in August. I think it starts, right, August? Wait.
Well, even there, the
Yeah,
kids
no,
leave.
it starts in August, yeah.
The kids leave, about the third week in August, so that's not a problem. That last month is no big deal, but anyway, all right. Well, good. So, yeah, I think in about a month, you and I will have to discuss getting tickets for the kids again, huh? I think that'll be soon enough. What do you think?
Yeah, so yeah.
They usually can't fly over until the end of June. So we need the 6 weeks and all that stuff. So yeah, it'll be a lot of fun.
Another thing that I got going is I've been thinking about doing this. It's about $4,000 or $5,000. It's a hair tattoo. It's a hair tattoo that basically makes you look like you've got short hair. Kind of like what a lot of black guys do on their short kind of hair. It's a tattoo. It's pretty expensive, but it also eliminates my hair issues anymore. And it's, I guess a good toupee can cost $3,000 or something. So I don't know. It's something to think about,
Well, what's wrong with your hair? Have you been losing more? Because
Yeah.
your hair has been looking better. Your hair's been looking better than ever.
Yeah, I am
Yeah.
starting to lose some more. Yeah.
But yeah. Well, again, a hair tattoo is not something I'd rush into. You can't undo it, or you at least can't get your money back. I
Yeah.
guess you can undo tattoos with laser treatment, but then that's just more money.
Yeah. Anyway, thinking about a lot of
I
stuff.
would-
Seems like everything I want to do costs money, and I don't have a job to be able to afford the things that I need.
Well, yeah, but it doesn't seem to stop you from wanting to spend big money, so you have found alternative solutions.
I gotta go to the bathroom here. So
Would you wait for the loans to come through before you would take the schooling?
yeah, before I take
Huh?
I'm pretty sure they've already approved the loans for the schooling. Yeah, I gotta go to the bathroom though. So
It's time to say goodbye. We're talking about.
all right, talk to you later.
Bye.
Bye.
If there is some kind of health threat like that, the city's obligated to send out a public notification. So that water all has to be monitored they're on a regular what do I want to call it, like an assessment basis. That they're testing for different things at different intervals depending upon what the specific contaminant is. But I certainly haven't heard anything like that. But boy, that's very troubling, and I certainly hope that that's not the cause.
Well, yeah, I'm not sure. So I was using a filtered with the one of those filters on the faucet to
Mhm.
filter for until about January, middle of January, and then it got plugged up, so I didn't replace it. So I was just using regular tap water,
Mhm.
and I've noticed. Well, it's really minor. Like I say, it's minor things, but now that my tongue is numb, I'm trying to figure out what's going on.
Oh, sure, sure.
Not the whole tongue, and I can still taste. It's just
Sure.
so it's a weird feeling, when any part of your body goes numb. It's kind of a weird feeling.
Right,
Um,
right.
Um,
I mean, I can tell you what I do know is that typically the filter that you were using, they're typically carbon, and carbon, what it typically would remove from water would be taste and odor, so volatile organic compounds, sometimes some heavy metals like leads and things. The city actually adds something in called polyphosphates to help coat the water mains to prevent it from leaching lead. However, once it gets into your house, if you've got lead solder or lead lines in your house, it still may leach from that. And carbon, it can only absorb so much, and then once it reaches a saturation point, it does something that they call avalanching, where it just starts dumping what it's been absorbing. And so, as far as like what else it would be removing from the water, the thing is, too, is that the new treatment plant went online, let's see, it'll be going on 3 weeks ago this coming Wednesday. And so everything that is coming out of the new plant, 75% of it is reverse osmosis water, 25% of it is still the tap water, the well water, that they're removing iron and manganese from the wells that are south of town. So the water quality in general should be improving. But aside from that, I guess I haven't had anybody experience anything like that.
well, I mean, that is interesting that something new has occurred, that there is a new water system online, and I would say this started about, when it first occurred 5-6 days ago, I thought, okay, I just burnt my tongue, and then
Sure.
and then when I was careful about the temperature, the feeling still stayed there. So so there is new water coming in, and
Mhm.
why that would be doing this is beyond me.
Yeah.
Considering that this is supposed to be the water's actually improved, I'm sure.
Right, right.
Or perhaps there's different chemicals in the system now, right? Or what?
To my knowledge, no.
Okay.
I mean, they're not doing anything on that aspect of it any different than what they were doing before. The water is still chlorinated as it was before. The polyphosphates is something that they've been doing for several years. The fluoride, that's something they've been doing. So there isn't anything that I'm aware of in that aspect that's any different. But RO water, can be very aggressive because they've pulled all the solids out. So sometimes, your body can react to a change that way. And I've never, spoken with anyone that's had that kind, having a numbness issue. But your body likes what it's used to, as far as water goes. But yeah, aside from that, I don't know.
Yeah, no. So it hasn't been just the change in the water tower, the system in town here. I went away from my filter plugged up, and I went away from it. So that changed. That was another change. So, I'm guessing it was February 1st or something. But I've been off it for about 2 months, month and a half or so.
Okay.
2 months. So that was another change. I'm just trying to figure out what's
Sure.
really, really delicate now as far as it could be coffee. Maybe I'm allergic to coffee or something. So I'm gonna actually stop drinking coffee for the next few days. And
well, that's not going to be any fun.
well,
I know, a small price to pay.
Right.
I know.
Right. Exactly. I mean, it's concerning when, I guess anything that when you have a numbness, that means potentially nerve damage or something. So I want to make sure that all clears up.
Right.
I'm assuming it will get better eventually here. I just have to figure out what
Sure.
tactic.
The other thing you could, consider doing, one thing you could consider is going back to filtering the water and see if that makes a difference. The other thing that you could do, I guess anything like this, unfortunately what typically ends up happening is you just start eliminating possibilities. It's kind of a process of elimination. So another thing to consider doing would be, one, you could go back to filtering the water and see if that makes a difference, and give it a reasonable amount of time to see if there's a change or not. Another thing you could do is maybe purchase some different bottled waters to see if there's a difference. And what I would suggest is, if you're going to purchase bottled water, all bottled waters are not the same. Some of them are processed by reverse osmosis. Some of them are processed by reverse osmosis, and there are minerals added back in. Some of it is distilled water. Some of it is spring water, and some of it is labeled simply as drinking water. And typically, when they're labeled as simply drinking water, oftentimes what they are is tap water from some municipal source somewhere. You could maybe kind of systematically try those different things and eliminate, that might be able to help you pinpoint if it's related to that at all.
Right away, a couple days ago, I got some spring water from Walmart Sunday, and no, it was Saturday. Anyways, so I've been using that as to get rid of. I'm stepping away from the tap water totally here, trying to figure out what's gonna the process of like you said,
process elimination. Yep.
So. But it's interesting. Distilled water is probably actually the best water, right? Because that's going to be nothing's in it, right?
Distilled or reverse osmosis, they both do the same thing. They just go about it a different way.
Okay.
Distilled, you're boiling the water and collecting and recondensing the steam and leaving everything else behind. Reverse osmosis, you're running it through a semi-permeable membrane, and you're allowing the water to pass through and holding everything else behind. So essentially you're getting the same end result, just in a different manner. There are going to be some subtle variations between those two, but what you really need to watch, especially with the spring water can be tap water. So, and what I tell people is read the label, see what it says on the label, because if a water company is doing any type of purification, even if it's simple, just a carbon filter, most of them will state that on their label so that you know that definitively. When they don't put anything on the label, then there is a lot of question as to, where is it from? Are they treating it in any manner? And if so, how? But the other piece of it is, for example, Dinsani water and Aquafina water. Dinsani is bottled by Coke, and Aquafina is bottled by Pepsi. Aquafina, they process it by reverse osmosis and they ozonate it. Dinsani, they process it by reverse osmosis and they ozonate it, but they also add minerals back in. So the processing is the same, but they're not going to taste the same because of what they're adding back into it. So those are the things you want to kind of monitor as you're eliminating things to be sure you know exactly what you're testing out, or you know what I mean, as far as what the product is.
Just thought about it is possible that the good water, that the better water that's come in the system, like you said, people like to stick with what they've been used to. Perhaps the better water, I'm assuming it's better water now. Perhaps I was getting used to crappy water, and now this is the side effect. I'm sort of going through withdrawal, or just a change in my body as a result of.
Sure.
It's possible. It's for the good.
It is possible. If that's what's really going on, that's hard to say. But yeah, it absolutely could be possible. One of the things that we typically see out in this part of the state is that because our primary source of water is groundwater, the sulfates are very high, and that's part of the reason why they built the new treatment plant, because the city water, the sulfates were very, very high, and they have a laxative effect on humans and animals. And so one thing that we have found is that most people will build up a tolerance to it, but some never do. So, you know, now that number is coming down, there's maybe people that didn't build up a tolerance to it that will be able to drink the water without having that adverse effect. But, you know, some people, they're just really super sensitive to it. And so I'm not saying sulfates, you know, specifically in what you have going on, but if there's something else that your body could react to in a similar manner, maybe what's going on. So.
Okay. Well, yeah. Thank you for giving me some ideas here and clarifying some things.
Sure.
Thank you.
Sure. Good luck.
Thank you. Bye.
Thanks. Bye.
Good.
So, yeah, I've got this. It's an unusual invention. Getting anybody to sponsor this thing is also kind of unusual. I'm under the impression I've got a unique service that is really like potentially very powerful money-wise, and yet I'm getting trouble finding partners.
Okay.
To help support it, and maybe it's because I don't know, maybe it's because the idea sucks or something. I don't know, but did you read up on it? Do you know what it is?
I have no idea what it is.
Oh, I see. Oh, I see.
What product category does idea fall into?
It affects the legal system, truth detection, lie prevention.
So it's a service. It's an actual...
It's a service, correct.
It's not a tangible product?
That is correct. It doesn't even need a patent, because I'm pretty sure I'm the one that can produce it, so it doesn't require a patent even.
Why is it that only you can produce this?
It's because I'm a mentalist, and I've kind of worked it's kind of like a magician, you know. I've been working at this for a while, and it's a kind of a state of mind where when you say, I swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God, you now do. When you say, I swear to tell the truth, you now do. It's power of suggestion, power of the mind, power of, I call it mentalism. I'm a master mentalist. That's how I produce this. It's very unusual in that it's somewhat, it's weird, it's somewhat supernatural. It's kind of a miracle.
First and foremost, I personally don't believe in anything like that. And I understand it's a matter of prerogative, and you're entitled to whatever it is that your invention is. But I'll tell you now is that you're going to have a difficult time, if not impossible time, finding an investor from a company like ours.
It's actually pretty easy to test, you know. You can actually try to, you swear to it. You swear on a legal document. It's called an affidavit. You swear it. You can actually experience this, and then you would understand what it can do.
What makes that any different from any other sworn-in testimony that a court?
Well, perjury exists.
Legal system.
Perjury exists. There was a word called perjury, and I guess it exists.
Of course it does.
Well,
it exists in everything we do.
It doesn't exist for my cases. That's what I'm saying.
That's impossible.
That's what I'm saying. This is a miracle.
It's human nature.
What I'm saying is I prevent perjury from happening. This is a perjury prevention service, and I can show you all kinds of legal documents to indicate this is happening.
I find that absolutely impossible.
I know, that's what I'm saying. This is a miracle.
And I don't believe in miracles. And so,
well, whether you believe in miracles or not, I mean, this is a money-making invention. If you don't want to subscribe to it, then you know, you might regret it one day down the road when I make it to the top.
Perhaps, and again, I'm not trying to be rude or anything of that such.
Right.
Because again, in our personal approaches, we're entitled to whatever it is that we think and say and feel. But as a company, as a business, I'm going to tell you now is that and not just myself, not myself as a company, but any other company out there, they are not going to invest into this at the stage you are now.
It's big money. Truth detection can be used in CIA, FBI, terrorist prevention. All you have to do is swear them in, and you can prevent them from lying. Then you can get the truth out of them. You resume verification. People like to know if the resumes are valid. So you turn it into an
What
affidavit.
process would you need to do this?
Say again?
What process would you need to do this? Can anyone do it?
Yeah, you can do this right now in front of a notary. Notary, you find a notary public. You can actually do it. This force that I've got going, this miracle works without me being there, and it works throughout the world. It's and it can you can sell it to all the courts. The courts, you can sell this to the courtroom so that it prevents perjury from happening. Like I say, I've got plenty of evidence to show that the perjury is not happening in the cases that I sponsor. Again, perjury exists, but not in the cases that I sponsor. That's why I take people into contract with me, and then once I give them the miracle, then they now have the power to prevent their opponent from lying. That's like the movie Liar Liar, when Jim Carrey can't lie in the courtroom. It's like that. Prevents a person from lying. That's a very powerful service, and it can be used to win lawsuits. If your opponent is lying.
What is it that I can do to help you at this point in time?
Well,
is there anything that I can do?
Well,
if you're looking for investments, then
not for
you
investors.
are looking.
This requires little investment. I'm looking for partners that want to be associates that say, listen, I'll for a low fee, like a few $100, to become an associate, and then you sell this thing for 30% commission.
Okay, I'm going to wish you the best of luck, and have a wonderful day. Okay.
All right, thanks.
Cheers.
I just remembered time I had missing time. Well, I'm not sure I had missing time, but there was two missing CDs that I cannot I think I found there was a couple missing CDs that I've never found since, and then
Since that missing time?
yeah, and also it's not so much I had missing time as that I wouldn't say I had missing time. It's just that I'm missing a sequence of events that occurred that would cause me to misplace two CDs, and then also I found a receipt of some kind of a pay stub that wasn't mine. And
On your home?
Yeah, my home. And so it was kind of weird.
And you were living alone?
Yeah, I can't quite track down how that event occurred, how I lost my CDs. I don't think you understand. If you looked at my place right now, you'd think, oh God, it's kind of a disaster. But I really maintain a lot of. It's really organized, especially my CDs. And for me to lose my CD, like two of them, that's weird. I mean, it's one thing when they don't show up for.
Were they blank or?
No, they had some software I sort of needed, and yeah, they didn't. So it's kind of weird when I lose CDs like that, and it's not like it's not like you misplaced it for a day or two. It was gone. I never found it, so it definitely went bye-bye. So something happened in which a missing event of some sort, and
how many time was this ago?
that was I don't know, probably about 2 years ago. 2 years ago, maybe 3.
Just imagine you went into this hypnotherapist, and he would regress you to that time. He would make you remember everything that happened. That would be cool.
Yeah.
Have you ever been hypnotized before?
No.
I wish I would. It opens up stuff
and the mind.
Anyways, that's my missing.
Yes.
Tony.
It's-
Okay.
Well, same thing.
Oh, is it? Okay, same. All right. Because you are a returning student, you paid $11.99 for a 1-year renewal, or for 1 year access to the training.
Yeah.
And first of all, let's talk about that for a minute. I mean, have you been using it? Is it helpful for you?
I've been stagnant for about a month here. It's been useful. I got 2 certifications, and
Wow, fantastic.
yeah, and I'm working on a third, and but I like I said, I had a stagnant period there for a month. Haven't logged in probably a month. I should really get back on that track. I'm thinking about law school, which I'm at a turning. I'm trying to figure out what to do. Nobody's hiring me for some reason. I am. I don't know. I told Nate that I was a freak, which is kind of true. I run around saying I'm Jesus or God. Next thing you know, nobody wants to hire me. Go figure, right?
Well, if you're saying you actually are Jesus or God, that may be a problem.
Well, I think it's more of a problem. Say that again.
I said if you're actually saying that you are actually, the living Jesus or God, that may be off. Some people may find that off-putting. Yes.
Well, yeah, it's kind of a, I say that I am, but it's kind of meant to be entertainment. It's at the same time, it's not about whether I say it, it's about whether they believe it. I think it's a dual
Right.
thing. It's a dual thing. They might actually believe it too, or something, that I'm serious. So, I'm trying to market this thing in Hollywood, and anyways, so I went to the programs to sort of get my life back and get back into that programming world, and 2 certifications. You would think that somebody would hire me by now, and I'm out there trying to get employed, and it's just not working right now. Now, perhaps I just need to be persistent.
Right. Well, going back to the Jesus and the God, perhaps it's not a joke to make in the interview.
I'm sorry, say that again?
Are you making that joke in the interview when you're doing that Jesus or God?
Oh, I'm not getting any interviews, man. I'm barely getting a phone call.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
What certifications did you get? You said you got 2 of them, right?
Yeah, the .NET and the .NET apps and the .NET web apps. So 2 of them. It's the 2.0 .NET.
Uh-huh. Okay. Well, so with those certifications, what jobs are you applying for?
I'm applying for a web. Most of them out there are web application programmers. So that's most of my applications is that.
All right. So so you're not getting responses on that. What other certifications do you hold? Period.
I've got an old Power Builder certification.
Okay. This is all programming stuff that you're going for, right?
Oh, that's correct. Yeah, it's all programming. Yeah.
Okay. Is there anything that I could do for you at this point here, Christopher? Anything that you need?
Well, I mean, if you have any advice, I suppose. I mean, as far as the renewing thing, I told Nate a while back, I said, if I got employed, I'd probably be interested in continuing to get more certifications. It's just that I didn't get employed yet, so I was kind of waiting on that. And then now this law school thing came up, and I'm wondering whether I should shift. That's a really big shift of plans. And, I guess
at this point, as far as renewing right now, I don't know. I really would like to get employed, and then I would like say, yeah, you know, this thing is worth it, you know. I feel the courses are valuable in a certain extent. At the same time, I've been offering valuable input to the owners of the service called what's her name again? It's not CBT. It's not CBT Direct. It's called what's it called?
Which one?
Well, you guys rent the service from what's the company called?
Skillport.
Skillport. Yeah, I've been like fixing their system along the way. I figured you guys would throw me a freaking year in for free just for helping them out all the time. I mean, I'm fixing their bugs. They got bugs in the system, you know.
Really? Skillport has bugs in their system?
Yeah, they've got wrong answers, and I'm fixing them. And I just figured they'd throw me a bone or something, you know, give me a free year or something.
But how'd you got certified by it, Chris? I mean, what do you mean? How are you fixing it?
Well, a lot of their answers are wrong.
What do you mean by that? How do you figure?
They have question answer things in there. They have you answer questions, and it turns out that they're wrong. And I mean, we're talking about like sometimes 1 out of every 5 are wrong. So I mean, it's.
Well, I'm confused, Christopher.
You're confused. No, I'm saying, even though I certified, I was fixing their system along the way.
All right, Christopher, listen, I don't mean to be rude, but if you use the program and it got you certified, and it wasn't 100% perfect, but you got certified, that's called success, right? So congratulations. If you want to continue with something that worked for you, what made you successful, I would love to help you to do it again for you. But if you're not interested, I'm going to say congratulations and have a good day. How do you want to do it?
What's your offer for another year?
Well, for another year, if you want to do another year, what you can do is avoid the price increase and keep it for the same price that Nate charged you.
Oh, yeah, I can't do that. I mean, if you said something like...
But what it would do is for that same price that you paid with Nate, you would get 2 years at that same price. Would that work for you?
I'm thinking I'd want 1 year at a time, and I'm guessing I could pay, just because I've been fixing the system. I mean, seriously, God, I mean, I don't know why you guys don't throw me a bone and give me a free year. I mean, seriously, God, you talk to Skillport, they'll tell you what's up. I fixed about 30 problems of theirs. And
you were dealing directly with Skillport and you fixed 30 of their problems?
Yeah, I must have fixed 30 questions that were wrong.
That's awesome.
I mean, I'm thinking another year for $300. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, that could never happen, Chris. But here's what I can do. I can give you $1,199, $1,199, and which is what you paid the last time. No increase. Does that work?
No. Let me figure out this. You know, give me a call down the road when I fully know what I'm doing in life here, and I felt that 2 certifications was worth the money. I figured that's worth it. I've tried for the 3rd one. I failed. Well, this 3rd test, this last one, I studied everything about the course, and I failed fairly miserably, 56%, and I did everything to the T. So I'm not sure that the course got me through properly, even though I did it exactly to the T.
Right.
So let me. I have yet to take my 2nd test on that to make sure I fully failed. So you got 2 shots at it. I got 2 shots at it. So let me fully analyze this last course and get a picture for, you know.
Well, Christopher, I mean, I understand what you're saying, and, you know, bear with me, but because here's the thing, and I know you'll understand this, all right? I'm a hardworking man with a family. I got to feed my wife, my baby, and here's the thing. If I go below that pricing, it comes out of my pocket, and you wouldn't do that to me, would you?
Well, why don't you talk to Skillport for me helping out their system? I mean, the next guy that comes into the system is not going to get hosed in questions, or they think that this is the answer. I mean, that's...
I'm not Skillsoft. I'm not them. I work for CVT Campus, and if you want to continue, I'll be more than happy to continue. But if not, I'm just saying, you know, congratulations. I'm glad you're going to be successful. Thank you for your purchase, but I can't help you. And I'm sorry. No, please don't shoot the messenger on this. You know.
Yeah, I've got family to feed too, man. I mean, it's like, you know, I'm still away from my kids because I got my own issues, you know. So don't, you know, that's a card I didn't expect to come out. To be honest.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. It's the truth, you know. You're shooting the messenger here, and I'm not trying to. I'm not. You know, I don't argue. I don't do that. I want to thank you for being a client. And I'm glad that it worked out for you. You know, I like that it was successful for you. But you have to understand something too. This is a business, and that's how I get paid. And I know you can respect that, right?
I understand what you're saying. It's just I have to fully analyze this program, and I have to take this other test. I have to like I said, when I did everything to the T on this last test, and I didn't pass because the test was a bitch. Everything that came up on the test was not what I expected. So I started questioning the program.
Whoa, Tony.
Yeah. What's up?
What's up, man? Nate Smith.
Yeah, what's up?
How's it going? Why are you beating up my new guy, man? What's going on here? What's going on? What's that?
I'm not beating him up.
Why are you getting all quiet on me?
I'm not beating him up.
How's it going?
It's going all right.
It's going all right? Cool, man. Well, I know he was offering the opportunity to do that extension, which is awesome. So, everything else going good for you? Same old, same old?
I'm thinking about law school. How you been doing?
Law school, huh? Cool. How have I been doing? I've been doing real good, actually.
Okay.
Doing real good. But, so everything else same old, huh? You gonna go be a lawyer or what?
I don't know. I don't know what to do. I've been trying to get work in this computer field, and nobody wants me, so I'm trying to figure out what's going on.
I don't think law school is going to be the solution for you with that whole background you got going on, but you still been hammering through the certs or what?
Hammering through what?
Through the certifications or what?
I took a month off here. I failed the test, and I was telling the other gentleman, what's his name?
Dave.
Telling Dave that I was unimpressed with my ability to pass that last test. I figured I could just keep on rolling through them and get about, you know.
Well, don't let that get you down, man. Some of those tests are kickers, man. You know, so you don't blame it on the solution, because obviously you know the solution works. Just gotta, you know, keep your head up, keep pushing forward, and you'll get there, man. Yeah, don't let that bring you down.
Well, in advertising your service, you mentioned when I first signed on that, you know, I don't even need this stuff installed.
you said you don't need the stuff installed. You can just take the course, and you can learn everything you need to from the course.
You typically can, yeah. I mean, obviously, it wouldn't hurt if you had something installed when you're talking about programming stuff, but that wouldn't do anything but help you, but it's not necessary.
Yeah, I did everything to the T on this last course, and it failed me. So.
Sorry to hear that.
Well, it is sorry.
Well, maybe we can make. I am sorry to hear that. Maybe we can make some slight adjustments there, and get you in there. Now you know what to expect to get in there and pass that exam, man. I don't want to get you down. It is what it is. You know what I mean? Look at the glass half full, not half empty, buddy. Half empty is not going to help you. So let me do this. I'm just going to kind of bottom line you real quick, only because I'm jumping into a meeting, and I saw you were talking to him, and I was like, let me just talk to him real quick. I was talking to him a while anyways. So here's the deal. If you do want to do that extension, it's actually really exciting. Fortunate to be able to have the opportunity to be able to throw it at you right now. Long story short, because you're one of my previous customers, if you wanted to go ahead and move forward with it right now, I'm extending it out for 2 years for $1,000. You want to do it?
Not right now. But I as I mentioned to Dave, I'm done with. I got to take this test again. And see if I fully fail it, fully grasp the course, and then.
No worries.
I'm guessing I'm going to ask you later for approximately 1 year, because I've been helping out Skillport fix their system.
I got all that. It's not negotiable. So I'm not a used car salesman. I give you my best rate, which is what I did last time, which is what I just did. So it is what it is. If you want to do it, great. If not, it's all good. So you got my number. We've talked a million times. If you have any questions down the road, you do want to do it, just give me a holler.
Okay, sounds good.
All right, man. Take care.
All right, you too.
All right, bye.
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 Hey, Scott Steen.
Yep.
So, you think you got issues? Let me tell you what I got going on. My tongue is becoming numb. And so I looked this up, and this is a symptom of this may be it started with a tip, and it's kind of working itself up a little bit.
Say, I got another call. Hold on, let me get right back to you. Hold on. Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I looked this up on some symptoms. You got to Google it, right? And you find out that these are maybe preliminary indications that you have MS.
What is numb? Your thumb?
My tongue.
Your tongue?
At the tip, and it's kind of working itself up a little bit. And I looked this up as a symptom, and it's But I also looked it up. This stuff that's in this diet, I drink this diet soda. It's all this Diet Dew and stuff. It's got aspartame in it, right? So it says that aspartame is actually kind of a poison. That's it's just people have been warning about this. People have been warning against drinking this stuff, right? Which I laugh at it because how can I question whether it could be true because how could the FDA put this out on the market, right?
Well, the thing is when they come up with stuff, they don't know. They say, "Oh, I drank this stuff and it didn't do nothing to me." But after drinking it for 5 years, then they find out that it's got something in it that makes your liver go bad, or things like that. They don't have any proof of that right away, but after time, then they find out.
So, another link. I was freaking out there last night about the MS thing, and then I saw another link when I got home from bowling, and I saw that that the aspartame can give you the symptoms of MS, and in other words, it's actually, I guess this aspartame is at the right temperature produces the same acid that the fire ants produce to kill their prey, which is it's a
So it's a neurotoxin. It's a neurotoxin, I guess.
Right.
So, by the way, aspartame actually comes from the feces of E. coli.
Oh boy.
Yeah, that's where they first caught it. The first, somebody licked their fingers after playing with E. coli residue, and they realized it was sweet. So they so so E. coli shit and figured when I sell it, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And I guess despite the warnings, I'm thinking, how can the FDA sell this stuff if it's bad for you? So I'm just going to keep drinking the stuff, right?
Yeah.
Anyways, I haven't quite tested out the theory, but I'm going to go completely off soda I've been going off the tap water for the last few days and some other stuff, and I haven't tried the soda actually. So I'm going to try going off that and find out if the tongue feeling goes away.
Uh-huh.
Go ahead.
You and I both know that when you get something in your head right away, and I'm kind of the same way. You always think of the worst, and you flip out, and then you get worried. And most of the time, with my experience with you, is that it's all in vain. That you got too excited for no reason, because then you find out later that it was nothing to be worried about. So I would guess again that's probably the same case again. So, but you probably get if it's continuing, you probably better go and have somebody check it.
Yeah. So, right.
I mean, you've been like you're clicking your shoulder. That you were really worried about that, and that turned out to be not a big deal. And sometimes what I find out is if the doctors don't seem to be too worried about what you tell them is wrong with you, then generally there probably isn't anything real big wrong with you. But if you come and you tell them that you get dizzy and you pass out, then they might get worried that there's something really seriously wrong with you,
Right. Well, it's just, it's a little, you type in symptom, tip of your tongue is numb, and it comes up with, that's a symptom of of a neurological issue like MS, it's like, well, oh shit,
Yeah, well,
well, I'm saying
the worst right away.
Right. It's not something I conjured up. It's something I read from somebody else. So, but yeah, I mean, I need to. So, like I say, I'm playing with my diet to wean some things away and figure out where it's coming from. And next is no soda for the next few days here, and see if
it gets better.
Yeah, but it's a
Well, they tell you that pop is not good for you. Everybody will tell you that pop isn't good for you. Number one, it's got a lot of calories that are dead calories that don't give you anything but sugar energy, and the processed sugar is not good for you anyway. So, I mean, I'm learning from my experience that when I get up in the morning and I reach in my box of shredded wheat and just start eating a handful with no milk on, that doesn't taste very good, I feel better though. You feel as good as the food you eat. And it's unfortunate, but that's the way it is. So, and then Jerry Ike, Jerry Ike?
Yeah.
Well, Jerry's one of the first guys that'll tell you, as soon as he quit drinking pop and he started to drink water every day, he felt 100% better. He said, I could work an extra 5 hours a day. I didn't feel so sluggish, and my muscles didn't hurt. He said, there's something about drinking pop. He said, I quit. He used to drink 2 or 3 cans a day, and he quit, and he said I felt 100% better.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to try.
Yeah, give it a try. It doesn't hurt. You just drink water or orange juice or something like that. Well, you have to let me know how you come out.
Yeah, okay, sounds good, Scott. Yep.
All right. Well, we'll talk to you later.
All right. You going to be at the store later?
Okay, bye.
You going to be at the store later?
Oh, yeah, I'm going in later.
All right, talk to you later.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
Or the indications it could be is actually MS. But
Well, that's not good.
well, but I think it's the medication. They did an online doctor said it was
So why are you taking aspartame? You have a toothache?
aspartame is that stuff in is that diet soda stuff. It's in the sweetener in diet soda.
Oh, yeah. It's that fake sweetener, yeah.
Yeah, so I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if that's it. I'm just changing my diet here, including going off the drugs for a little while here. And
Oh, that's great. Well, maybe you should quit. You drink a lot of pop. Maybe you should quit drinking pop.
well, that's what I mean. I'm not drinking that diet soda anymore, and but I'm just going cold turkey and all the things that are maybe doing this. I also looked it up. One of the symptoms of it is this stuff called. Let me see if I can find it here. Bell's palsy, which is kind of a nervous, a facial nerve problem, which can. They actually say it's kind of related to cold sores. The cause is unknown, but they say it might be cold sores, and so this could be the same virus that gives me cold sores. It could be so it's hard to say what's going on, but
How long has that been happening?
just found out, started to get this tingling. I thought I was getting a burnt tongue, on my tongue from the coffee about a week ago. And I started being careful about the temperature, and then it's still stuck around. So I realized that I've got a numb tongue. Just in the tip. It's just in the tip, but still a bit of a nervous thing because I'm assuming it'll go away. Actually, another link I got said that aspartame does it too. It gives you the symptoms of MS. So I'm not sure. The doctor said it's the Risperdal. The online doctor here said it's Risperdal. Some web references say it's this, that, and aspartame, and I want it to go away, but I want my tongue back,
Yeah.
I mean, what if I go down on you, right? I mean, we gotta be able to taste that, right?
What? I didn't hear you. What did you say?
I said, what if I go down on you? I got to be able to, maneuver my way around, right?
Yeah. Yeah, take 5 now.
So how's your mom doing?
Oh, it's getting a little rough. It's getting rough.
She's still there with you, or what?
Yeah, but she's at the halfway mark of her treatment, and so. Are you taping me?
No, I haven't
You
got.
are too.
I haven't got a tape player.
I mean, recording. Okay, recording.
Okay, well, now that you mention it, maybe I should sound like you got something juicy to say.
No, I mean, I'm serious. Just quit it. I don't want that. I'm talking about my mother.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I don't know, man. It's getting a little bit too late in life to be doing something with my life,
Well, you like to learn. So you might as well just. No, this is not better. This is not better at all. It's probably worse. Hello?
Yeah, I don't know. You want to try calling again?
Why don't you call me?
All right. I will. Bye.
Hello?
Is this better?
Not really, no.
Huh.
Are you doing Skype or what?
Skype, yeah.
Yeah, this is really bad. Really, really bad. Why is that? What do you mean? Why am I a pain in the ass?
When aren't you a pain in the ass?
That's so funny. That's really funny. That's so funny. I can't even. Wow. Okay. You know, I'm going through a lot of stuff right now. My mother has cancer, and I want you to. Are you listening to me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I want you to listen to this. What I'm going to say right now is that I was so excited to get away from all the cancer and all the sadness and come and see you in Redwood, and you kind of made me feel like, well, you're not really welcome. I don't know what you did, but anyway, you took it all wrong, and it's okay. So anyway, I'll talk to you.
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah, bye.
Bye.
For calling your American Red Cross Blood Services, our offices are now closed. To leave a message, press 9. To repeat this message, press 6. Please leave a detailed message. We will get back to you as soon as possible. Thank you.
Record your message at the tone. When you are finished, hang up or hold for more options.
Hi, my name is Christopher Roller. My social security number is, I just want to report that my blood may be in jeopardy from a previous donation. I just want to explain a little bit. Hopefully this doesn't get cut off, but I am sorry about that. I made I want to explain why I made some false information. I can't remember when the donation was. I think it was February. I won't do any more for a year, but I was with a lady that I thought it was a date. Anyways, until she started asking for money, and basically we had very, it almost isn't like sex, but like 2 seconds. So, and I didn't even consider it to be, well, I was really mad at getting myself in this situation, and then I think I donated blood about a week later, and I refused to believe that it was one of these weird things where I refused to believe that I got myself in this situation. I was mad at myself, and it was so momentary that I didn't even consider it to be sex. In fact, I talked to somebody later, and they asked me the last time I've had sex, and I literally went back 6 months or 8 months ago, literally, legitimately forgetting what happened because I didn't really consider it to be sexual. But when I did make the last donation, I did say that I hadn't been with a prostitute for money, and I guess she was. She said she wasn't. There was an exchange of money. I'm unsure of how that. I'm so unclear. I'm still mad at myself, and I'm mad at myself for donating to you guys. And I guess I'm having some health issues. I don't think it's related to that. I think I'm clean. It's just I went off my medication as a result of I'm on some Depakote, Risperdal, and I think that's what's caused some health problems. And for some reason, going off medication is giving me a conscience. I feel like I need to just divulge all here. I'm unsure if she was a prostitute, but there was money exchanged. Anyways, so my blood may be at risk. I just feel much better confessing this. Like I say, I don't know where the conscience came from other than I went off my drugs and now I also have a conscience. And also I feel like I need to get my blood checked. I have some health issues related to, I think, my medication that I'm on, and I just, for some reason, I can't quite explain it, but my number is 507-637-0918 if you want to talk about it. But I just want to say that, I don't know, what was it, 2 months ago or something, I don't know when I donated. I won't donate for a year again, but I just feel much better saying this, and I'm sorry I got myself in a situation where I guess I lied on the thing. It's almost like it didn't happen. It really is. And it literally is 2 seconds, so it almost seemed like it didn't happen, but I guess it did. And now that maybe I'm having some health issues, maybe I should express this. So I'm sorry that I'm sorry that I got myself in this situation. Just wanted to confess that. Thank you.